time.
Real quick, that was a mistake for those of you who are here already who saw that.
It's morphin' time.
I did not mean to do that. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
And what is up? What is going on? What's up, good people? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody who's in attendance. I will try to be focused, but like y'all know, I bought some AMC, so I be a little distracted sometimes. I saw you do some content. I saw the thumbnail or I saw something in your community tab. I probably watched a couple minutes of whatever. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing if dudes are doing it. Monique was talking about women need to quit doing it, and I got some commentary on that because she's upheld every stereotype in the book, but now she's calling for a ceasefire at 60, however old she is. Let me look up and see how old she is real quick. Now she wait till she get that old and call for a ceasefire on the effery. That's what they do. That's what a lot of black people do. How old is she? She got to be, she's 53 years old. Okay. 53 years old. That's what a lot of black people do. They get to an old, ripe age, and then they want to call for a ceasefire on the effery. We need to stop doing all of this stuff that I did my whole damn life. That's what ain't that how we do? Ain't that exactly how our people do? You know? So yeah, it is what it is on that. But we about to get this thing going. We about to get into it. Got a number of things on the table that we about to be talking about. Little Rock. Shout out to the early bird squads, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started here today. Shout out to Little Rock. Click on it so I can blow it up. Shout out to Little Rock 2517 in the building. Jay Monta in the building says, "Yo, Jay the Conqueror. I got a question for you. At least I think that was you. Was you who dropped in the comment section? You said bravo to Edward. Said something like these niggas don't think we see the play or recognize the play. Was that you? And I want to know who was those niggas and what is the play? That's what I want to know. I want to know who's the niggas in question. If that was you, I believe that was you. I don't know if it got deleted. I don't know if you deleted it. I did check back. I couldn't find it. But you said you saluted Edward because I think probably on his back and forth that he had with Obsidian. But when you said you said these niggas think we don't see the play or something like that. I just want to know who these niggas. That's all I want to know. But shout out to Jay Monta once again, George Frazier in the building, the combination, the love child of George Foreman and and Joe Frazier. That was wrong. But shout out to you. And I see George Frazier. I instantly think of George Foreman and Joe Frazier, and then the down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. E. Capone in the building says, I got 5 on it. That was funny on yesterday's show when we was talking about those he said Obsidian up there talking. Well, it wasn't you that I was referring to, but you seem like you're answering his questions. You said answering the question that I asked to Jay the Conqueror. You said Obsidian up there talking negotiations while these niggas out here wearing bonnets in solidarity. That's not really what's going. Send me something. Send me something. Send me something, Hood Conservative. Send me something. Let me know what the deal is. I didn't watch your content on that. I do know that you touched on it. You said a thing or two. I saw an image of a guy with a bonnet on his head. I didn't know if that was just a guy just fooling around, being provocative, or what was going on. I don't know what that was about, but I did see that. So if you got something you can send me to confirm that Negroes why are dudes wearing bonnets? Listen, I got a problem with the dudes who be rocking like the ones that got dreadlocks and they be having to rock like what I call the Erica Badu rag. I got a problem with the Erica Badu rag. You know, when they got to wrap it up right there, like around the hairline and had a back tie. Yeah, I don't even like when dudes do that. It's just not a good look on men to have what amounts to a scarf on your head. I'm no big fan of that one. The Obsidian talking negotiations. Nothing wrong with a public discussion with women about the social dynamics of black male and black female. That's the reason why I like Kevin Samuels' show, because normally when a show like that is taking place, it's normally done in a way to where it's on the woman's terms. It's normally her show or is ran by women, or even if men are behind the scenes, the women run the show and dictate and call the terms of the discussion. So that's why I love it, because it's a discussion on man terms. That relationships can work. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If it worked the way we want it to work. That's basically what he's saying. That's basically what he's telling them. All right, so he dropping the links in the receipts on that. He dropping that's the Twitter. I don't tweet, even though I got to get that created today. I gotta get the Twitter and the gram created today. But let me pull up on my channel so I can go to my channel and okay, we about to get down to the bottom of this because I didn't come in here thinking that I was going to be talking about dudes wearing bonnets. That I didn't know. Okay, I stand in solidarity with. Okay, let me screen share. Let me screen share. Hood Conservative, why you put this on me? Why you put this on me today? Uh, Hood Conservative, why? I didn't need this. Let's see if I can make that a little bigger for ya. The caption reads, I stand in solidarity with our black queens wearing bonnets outside. Holy shit. He says, while we're here, go and follow my business page. Yeah, dudes be advertising on Twitter. Nothing wrong with that. To everyone saying saying this is not a bonnet, yes, but scarves are basically their cousins, so we're cool. Yeah. So this Nigarachi right here, this Negro is wearing a bonnet to try to fight for black women's right, not just to wear a bonnet, because they got the right to wear a bonnet when they leave the house. You know, that's is what it is. But no, it's fighting for their right to not be criticized. Social criticism is what they're fighting for. The only thing, shout out to the great brother Xavier. I will play. He ain't. I don't even know if he here, but I'll play his.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
When brother Xavier said they want protection from criticism, he was on to something. He was on to something. All that protection talk, all they are talking about is protection from criticism. And that's it right there. And that's what this brother is doing. If dudes are doing this and they doing it for real, that's what's happening. It's a willful public display of protecting from criticism. Nah, JB, you can't blame it on him being light skinned. That's a light skinned. Nah, no, no, no. Yeah, take it back, Bernard. No do-rag slander will be tolerated. Hey, y'all see me, dressed nice in either a suit or a button up, but I don't get these man. The waves, the wave check ain't checking so hard today. But y'all know y'all be seeing them waves on a good day. Y'all be seeing them waves. I don't get them waves in these little slicky, silky clean waves. That easy, I don't wake up like this. I own a do-rag, god damn it. In fact, I just took one off before I got on the air. So I don't hate on the do-rags. I don't wake up like this. I got to rock a do-rag. I'll be around here in a wife beater and a do-rag. Yeah. So I'm with it on the do-rags. It's the Erica Badu rags that I don't like. That's what he got on. He got on an Erica Badu rag. I don't do the Erica Badu rags. It's Mountain Dew zero sugar. Shout out to Ike. I need to get off of that and just go straight water. But he ain't through with me yet. But no, I still want to believe that this is overall a joke. That this is overall a joke that is taking place, and these dudes are not really going that hard. Because if dudes are seriously fighting for women's right to wear do-rags in public without social criticism, I mean, not do-rags, see, that got me saying it. to wear bonnets in public without social criticism. They're fighting for the right to look trashy. That's the equivalent of if women start walking around sagging their pants because I want to fight for my brother's rights to walk around with sagging their pants with their pants hanging off their ass. I don't want them to be socially criticized or hindered in any way. If they want to show up to work like that, they can do it. Like, come on. Yeah, E Capone, this young got to be a good joke. This young got to be a joke. But I didn't know I was going to be talking about that today, so blame David Monroe, the AKA the Hood Conservative. Sorry, Ty City, he stole it. Hey, I don't know what to do with say he stole it, but anyway, W. Alfonso in the building with a $2 super chat.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Oh man. Oh man. But yeah, so damn, AMC just dipped, but I ain't even worried. It been fluctuating so much in an upward trend. It ain't even nothing. I got AMC to moon. Why y'all ain't tell me I didn't have AMC to the moon right there? That is incorrect. That was supposed to be to the moon. You Negroes ain't say nothing. Y'all just let it be wrong. I just sat there and looked at it wrong. So there's that. There is that. But I'm gonna put my crypto right there. I'm not my crypto, but my AMC watch right there. Even though I really don't gotta watch it because I've come to the conclusion that I ain't selling. I'm like Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street. He's like, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. That's where I'm at with AMC. It's trending so good that where I just would be a fool to not to. I'm watching that bad boy. I'm just gonna watch it keep climbing and holding all my shares. I'm gonna see how high it climb. When I see a trend, something weird start happening, then I'll cut and run. Then he said, "Bro, I'm missing some red lipstick." But no, let me pull up a thing or two and kind of get into this. There's a number of things. Some things planned on talking about. One thing, okay. Here's the deal with this. Everybody been talking about Boyce Watkins and his recent marriage. Somebody else in this space just got married. I wish them the best. Shout out to Carlin and Sister George. I honestly, sincerely wish them the best. That was a moment of silence if y'all didn't realize what happened there. All right. Boyce Watkins. Okay. He married, yeah, we know the backstory. He married the girl he'd been trying to get for the longest. She rejected him. She even married somebody else, popped out a few babies with somebody else, married and divorced, came back to him when he's super successful and rich and his value is up as high as it could possibly get, and now she want to get with him. We see these type of marriages that just look like Black manosphere talking point stereotypes, and we just see it playing out like that. We just see it playing out like that. Hold on, I can watch my AMC better if I do it like that. All right, cool. Yeah, there we go. And we just see it playing out like that. Just a perfect it's a perfect stereotype. Oh, we can go like that. Even better. Perfect stereotype. And yeah, man, I've already addressed this. That put your camera on manual, it keeps trying to focus. No, yeah, it's going to keep focusing, and that's what we're going to do, and we're going to deal with that. Reason being, because this camera, as I've explained to many of people, a great many of times, this camera, if I turn the autofocus off, it will shut down after 30 minutes, which means I got to stop the show and get up and go and turn the camera back on and click, clack, clickety clack, and then come sit back down. I do that sometimes, and it's a slight inconvenience. But so sometimes I just let it rock out and just let it keep autofocusing, because most of the people just get used to it or don't care. And it's good to do it because when I'm here home alone, it's good to know that I am in focus as much as I can possibly be, versus if I do it manually, I feel like I'm not quite there. But don't worry, I'm just going to get a new camera sooner or later, one that don't turn off. So yeah, just lean with it and rock with it for a little bit. But he said he's a sucker, basically. I mean, yeah, technically, but I'm not tripping. That ain't the part I'm tripping on. I'm not tripping on that. Shout out to Jalen Roddy. I saw you trying to hop up on the last show. I was going to let you up, but then by the time I was ready to let you up, you left. But so yeah, wasn't personal, but that was a very peculiar topic that you wanted to hop up on. Whenever somebody says some female friendly talking points, you're like, this is my moment. I can come up and cape. They've created I'm messing with you, Jalen. But I have no idea what you was going to go say. I have no idea what you was coming up to say. In Thai City, no, nobody listens to you. We don't care about your good advice. We don't care. Okay? Okay? Your camera work looks great. I pay you for a consultation on what camera to get and how to set it up, and then after you tell me all that, I'm just gonna go do the opposite. That's how I work. Niggas gon' nigga. So don't even try to help nobody. We ain't gonna listen. Give me all the advice in the world. I'm gonna go do the opposite. Somebody says peace from the Netherlands. Turtleneck. Not gonna roast nobody. Salute Dr. Thunder. What was I talking about? Okay. I was talking about Dr. Boyce Watkins. Okay, look. The easy part is to criticize him because it's a manosphere cliche, his whole marriage, It just looked like a whole, alpha fucks, beta bucks type of cliche. It looks that way. I don't know who her first husband was or what the deal was with him. Don't know the deal, don't care. It just looked like that. It looks like everything that we've been saying. How the chicks, how they, clearly know who the best man for the job is once they over the hill, over 40, overweight with a couple kids by a couple different men. Yeah, so we get it. Even though Shirts was all by one man, but we get it. I don't have a problem with, it's problematic personally. But that's not the issue for me. Excuse me. You're too close to the background. That's why the camera is going crazy. It's trying to find perspective between you and your background. Yeah, I can't do nothing about that right now either. I can't make the background get further away. It's a relatively confined area that I'm in, so it's what it is. It is what it is. But when I get this whole thing going how I want it to go, it's gonna be looking big and beautiful, and you're gonna think you're watching Real Time with Bill Maher when I really get this thing going how I want it to go. But like I was saying, this is the issue, and this is small. I could barely read it, so I'm gonna pull it up and make it bigger right here. And pull it up and make it bigger because it's not what he did with his personal life. Well, I can look at that, side eye it, and then move on. I can look at what a man did in his personal life, side eye it a little bit, and then move on, and really not have nothing to say. It's the narratives that somebody put out there. It's the ideas that people put out there. It's the things that they say. Not I know what they do, what people do is more important. But when somebody has a platform, it's the ideas and the narratives and the things they say, the things that they put out there that I notice, that I pay more attention to. If he just would have married the girl that he always wanted and, whatever. But when you look at the type of things that he's saying, this is a quote from him where he says, I love the shit. I'm cussing, so I might take this one down. I love the shit out of my wife, and I don't give a fuck who knows it. All right, cool. No big deal there. It's time that we here go the part. It's time that we as black men start putting good black women on a pedestal. I owe my life to a black woman, period. Keep this in mind. When he say I owe my life to a black woman, he's talking about the black woman that gave birth to him. When he says start putting good black women on a pedestal, every black woman think that they're a good woman. So he just basically made an argument to where every woman gets an A+. Because to the people that he's talking to, which is black women, he basically is just saying that shout out to Red Sings the Blues. It's time to start putting good black women on a pedestal. Every one of them think they're good. So in the mind of every woman, that they all need to be put on a pedestal. He owes his life to a black woman. Every woman can give birth. So they all feel that they need some. So he's playing. He's like, remember I talked about Kevin Samuels' inception in them with certain things, certain ideas, certain concepts. He's inceptioning them with his own ideas and concepts and so forth and so on. So yeah, Goshen, the participation trophies is what's going on there. So yeah, it's time to start putting good black women on a pedestal. But when somebody throws out that good black women term in a Derek Jackson type way, you know that there's a level of disingenuousness to it, a level of manipulation to it, a level of manipulation may not be the right word, panderbearing is a level of panderbearing going on there, because we as black men need to start putting good black women on a pedestal. People who talk like that, whenever you identify women who clearly would qualify as not good black women, those are quite often the same men who will make excuses, who will put the cape on. Because really, so that's the problem that I have with it. Not that he married the woman that he wanted to marry, and we can talk about how it lines up with every manosphere cliche, and it does, give or take. It does. We could talk about that, but it's the idea, the notion, the concept that he is trying. It's the words that he puts on it, where directly or indirectly he's trying to say more black men need to man up and go marry these single mothers. That's sort of what he's putting out there. These single mothers, they're good women, and we owe our lives to these women. And these women that we owe our lives to, you need to go out there and marry them because they're good women, in a nondescript way. And if he's saying that, oh no, I'm not saying all women are good women. I'm not implying that. I'm not saying that. Okay. Now, is there any content out there where you've done any calculated breakdown on What constitutes a good woman, a non-good woman, or a good woman or a bad woman? You've been critical. We do know you've been critical of the guy who has broken down what's good and bad about women, and as you know, Kevin Samuels, and you've been critical of the manosphere, who does a good job at doing that. So we have every reason to assume that you are in many ways implying that they's all is good, or at least the majority. He says, no matter how you swing your voice, is a sucker been a sucker. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm with that, but I'm not just here to call the man a sucker. That ain't what I'm doing. That ain't what I do. I mean, look, when I say he line up with every manosphere talking point right now, that's my laid back way of kind of calling him a sucker. But for me, the conversation is deeper than, man, you a sucker. I like to look at the ideas that somebody puts out there. You know, I like to look at the ideas that somebody puts out there. Shout out to you for the super chat. K Polymath in the building. He says, black woman is queen to a fallen kingdom of simps. Wow. Shout out to you. Shout out to you for the $2.
Yeah, let's go, man. I got $2 for you, man. I know I'm a little short, but you know, you come.
And I think I got this Patreon list down there, the new Patreons properly acknowledged. I think I went and got everybody who became a new Patreon on the list acknowledged and accounted for. If I forgot you, if you're on the list and you shouldn't be on the list, or you want me to change the way that your name appears on the list, please let me know. If you don't want your government name, if your government name is on there, you can let me know. But I do want to shout out my Patreons. Appreciate all of you fine ladies and well, mostly gentlemen and a couple ladies. Yeah, I see Jessica X down there. So shout out to everybody who became a Patreon. K Poly Math, thank you for that super chat. My man, the Mac, the trucker in the building. Sounds like Derek Jackson in voice had a sit down. Oh yeah. Derek Jackson been dropping videos. The views have not been good. He's been being very careful not to say nothing too stupid. You know, the same type of pandering stuff, but he's been being very, very careful. Very, very careful. I'll say that. The views are bad. It was something like 1,200 likes to 300 dislikes. People still disliking him. He's not recovering quite well. He ain't recovering quite well. I remember Tasha K actually said that when she goes in on somebody or exposes something with somebody, normally that person can rebound and bounce back. She said Derek seems not to be bouncing back. She said she actually feel bad about it. But shout out to the Mac, the trucker in the building. I like all them does. Shout out to you.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Jalen Rowdy says, I sincerely want to know what Obsidian's take on Boyce Watkins is. Boyce is obviously a high value man, according to Kevin Samuels' standards. Seems to me Obsidian would celebrate Boyce. Why would he celebrate him just because he's a high value man? That doesn't make sense. What? You're successful when you made some money in your life. I mean, Obsidian has given his take on Boyce. He's went in on him on some things, but he like, damn. Oh, he's high value. Yeah. Yeah. like what do you mean? Boyce is obviously a high value man, according to Kevin Samuels' standards. Seems like Obsidian would celebrate Boyce. What the hell? Come on, Jalen. Give people more credit than that. Obsidian is has more depth than that. Obsidian will acknowledge that, yes, okay, somebody meets a standard of what Kevin Samuels laid out as high value. This person also did A, B, and C, and that doesn't make sense. This person also did X, Y, and Z, and that doesn't make sense because of A, B, and C. And then I think he broke down everybody's over the top analysis of it, where they're talking about his wife like she's just a baby mama. And here, there's a difference between a baby mama and a single mama, or somebody who just got knocked up and got pregnant and got 3 kids by 3 different men versus somebody who has 3 kids while they're married. He did break down the difference in that. He broke down the difference in a lot of things. He actually asked Boyce Watkins directly in his chat room, what tactical or strategic advantage does your late marriage to Dr. Alicia Watkins bring for you? And Boyce gave a really goofy answer, and Obsidian did a breakdown of that goofy answer. I mean, he broke that down 7 ways to Sunday. You should, I mean, yeah, go check it. I'm pretty sure you go to his channel, you can see it. You can see it all right there. Maybe he talked about it and didn't put it in the title, so it's a little hard to find. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. That could be at least part of your confusion as to what Obsidian's position is on the good Dr. Boyce Watkins. But I'm looking right now, and Obsidian doesn't have, okay. Yeah, it's right there in the title. Can Dr. Boyce Watkins in the manosphere something reach common ground? So yeah, check that one out. But I think he talked about him prior to that as well. He's talked about him a lot. So yeah. Shout out to Zero. I got I'll respond to your email, but no, just to not talk about the I understand what you the email that we had some email exchange. I understand, Zero. I totally understand. I'll say that. But I stop entertaining helmetry. Hey, I did a one-on-one with that guy before. It was a small bit of helmetry in the one-on-one, but a good conversation nonetheless. Good conversation nonetheless. So what else are we on here? I didn't even have Dr. Boyce Watkins featured in the title, but I just wanted to stumble across that. Monique, the comedian who talked about, and I mentioned this earlier in the show, so I'll touch on this again, and I'll get into Uncle Roro hating on Kevin Samuels and whatnot. But Monique calling for Black women to stop wearing bonnets. She said she was at the airport and she saw chicks at the airport rocking bonnets, and that's I've actually heard a Black woman explain that. It didn't make any sense because it was starting to be noticed that, yeah, they wear bonnets a lot at the airport. Why is that? And it's because it was explained quite stupidly that, yes, they like to put the bonnet on. They like to wear it to the airport because I guess, when they go into the airport, it's going to be a long flight. And then when they touch down and land wherever they land, they want their hair to be intact. So they got to protect their hair. So they put it in the bonnet, and then they go and they fly on the flight. They sleep on the flight. They got to have their hair protected in the bonnet. So it's almost like they treat the flight like it's nighttime, even though they're out in public, even though sometimes it's during the day, even though it's sometimes, but especially if it's a late flight, yeah, they treat it like it's bedtime. They're going to sleep on the plane. So they just show up to the bonnet show up to the airport with the bonnet on so they can sleep on the flight. That's what I heard somebody explain. I heard somebody explain it that way. They're treating it like it's bedtime. That's what was explained. The problem I have with Monique doing it, and this happens all the time. Ninjas do this a lot. I already been cussing, so niggas do this all the time. What she's doing after Monique spent years upholding, uplifting, being a shining example of all sorts of fuckery, even though she was successful, even though she was a very successful woman, she still displayed every type of stereotypical fuckery in a Black American woman. She did. It's like after years of doing that, at the ripe old age of 53, she wants to call for a ceasefire. That's almost like the equivalent of the Pookie, who after he's done all his dirt, all his breaking and entries, all his stuff, all that, he wants to call for, hey, we need to stop all this. It's like Black people like realize everything late and after the fact. After the fact, after they've done it all, now it's time to stop. It's time to put down those. Or they're talking to the young people. Y'all need not do that. Well, the people who are already young and not doing it saying, hey, we need not do that. Oh, that's some goddamn coons. But the retired or recovering Pookie will constantly talk to the young brothers about what they need to do and need not do, and this is wrong and that is wrong. Don't do all the stuff that I did. And I understand the concept of talking about the things that you did and saying, hey, it's brothers who can learn from me. I got things that I can teach, wisdom that I can impart into the next generation. I understand that completely. It's a thing out there, but you roll your eyes at it when you see it come. Whenever I see it, I just start rolling my eyes. Like how much crack did you have to sell before you had that epiphany? So when I look at Monique telling Black women, y'all need to quit wearing these bonnets in public. Y'all making us look bad. How many times did you do some ignorant shit to make Black women look bad? Before you got 50 and don't nobody want to pay you to do your stand-up show, and now you caring about the image of Black woman. You're a little late to the party. Caring about the image of Black women. Now, we don't know this for a fact, but I bet you'll still turn around and criticize Kevin Samuels, who's talking about the image of Black women. I bet she'll turn around and criticize him. But she's saying what she got to say about the bonnets and whatnot. Cassandra B says, I'm sorry, my opinion, when I see a woman with a bonnet makes me think she didn't take a bath. I don't go that far. But that bonnet and them scarves at Walmart with pajama pants, tank top, flip flops, and a bonnet on their head. Oh, let me. Hold up. Oh, that's just a small little. That's a quick fix. Hold on. I got to do a little quick fix. Did I mess up the? Okay. Hold up. Hold on. Bear with me, good people. Bear with me, good people. Okay, so I got that. Oh, okay. I see what I did there. I did mess up to Jonathan. That's corrected, but I got the Barronville wrong. Baron, not Baron. Okay. I swear, I think I Googled it and I saw Baron. All right. Well, let me make sure I get people's name right. Okay. I think I got it right. When it make it back around to it, you will see your name correctly down there on the Patreon list. For those that don't know, sometimes I take down my live stream shows. For example, I may take this one down, I may not. I left last one up because it was very litty, as they say. Because it was so litty, I wanted to leave it up. The views was good. It was crunk. But a lot of times with the live shows, I do take them down. And if you somebody who like to catch these after they and watch them from beginning to end after they upload, but you can't do it, you can't catch it live, but after it's uploaded, you like to watch the whole thing. Sometimes when I take them down, you can get them on Patreon. So becoming a Patreon will help you to be able to catch all of the live shows, because I know, like a lot of you always mention, my introduction to the manosphere. Excuse me. My introduction to the manosphere was yeah, I said Liddy. My introduction to the manosphere was finding Obsidian's show. I was working third shift, doing some blue collar work, working on third shift. I would have earbuds in my ears and my phone in my pocket and just be listening to Obsidian all through the third shift. I never watched this show live. So I listened for a while, even became a Patreon for a while before I even made myself known to him. I don't think he knew who I was. I was just silently listening in a Patreon who's, silently, quietly supported the show from time to time. So, but those of you who watch shows like that, you don't always catch it live when it's happening, but you catch it later on when you're at work, earbuds in your ear, because some of this nigga shit you don't want to be heard at work. It helps to become a patron, because the live shows that get taken down, you'll have access to them. And Sugar G is putting that information up right there. Sugar G is putting that information up right there. He says, I've never did watched a Bernard Riley show live. Is it a call in or super chat question show? Oh no, I dropped a link eventually. I normally do like either an hour by myself or a 1 hour interview one-on-one with someone. And then after that, the link is in the chat. And may the fuckery begin. Zero says men can wear bonnets too. Equality. Put a fist in the air for that one. Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely not. By the way, I'm joking. But shout out. AMC is still looking good, man. I hope some of y'all put something on it. I really do. I really do. AMC is doing crazy, amazing things. Because I'm over here watching the money. Over here watching the money. But all about them do-rags. All about them do-rags. He says bonnets are the new skinny jeans. Might as well. You got Silas Lamont, who, he over 40, be rocking skinny jeans. So, it is what it is. It is no judgment. But all right, what was I talking about? The people who hit 50 and all of a sudden they got some sage wisdom about what black people should and should not be doing. Yeah, okay. After they did all the stuff from 0 to 50, yeah. But Roland Martin, your Uncle Roro, who I recently did something on, clowning him for, the way he came at King Randall. That was just ridiculous. That was an embarrassment, an absolute utter embarrassment that he came at a brother who started his own school. Dr. Umar Johnson can't open that school to save his life, or his reputation at least. Can't do it. Can't do it. King Randall, school is open. Instead of Roland Martin coming on having a good discussion with that young man, he wanted to poke and prod and try to beat up on him for not being a part of the Democratic machine. Just because his brother's doing great things, but he doesn't have a D by his name. Now all of a sudden, it's a problem. It's a problem that needs to be addressed, and he needs to be harassed and and shaken, shook. He got to get shook down and perp walked through the through the liberal media for it. So Roland Martin is back making, I won't say headlines again, but it sort of counts as some BS. I mean, it was more BS what he did with King Randall. This with Kevin Samuels, it's subtle BS because it was a subtle hate. It was a subtle hate where he didn't exactly say Kevin Samuels' name, but you could tell he was talking about Kevin Samuels. He was talking about Kevin Samuels. These relationship people, these relationship advice givers on YouTube. They not helping nobody. They not doing this. They just and they're just and he even went as far to say that he will he's thinking about doing that. He's thinking about giving some relationship advice. If somebody want to hear some relationship advice from the Penguin, from Batman, the the I don't know why I said that, because Roland Martin, I looked it up, he's 5'10", but I would have swore he was 5'2". I mean, he got midget proportions. And I look at him, it's like he's built like the Penguin from Batman. I'm thinking Danny DeVito. I know we got people old enough in here that remember I think 1992 Batman. I think it was 89, the one with Jack Nicholson, when Jack Nicholson played the Joker. 1992, I believe it was, is when Danny DeVito played the Penguin. When I see Roland Martin, that's what I see. That's what I see when I see Roland Martin. And so I was convinced Roland Martin was like 5'2", and I looked up. Yeah, Batman Returns. Y'all with me. But he I wouldn't going to do this. I'm gonna play a little small clip of O'Shea. Play a little small clip of O'Shea. Shout out to, hold on. Did I miss a whole super chat? Excuse my spelling and grammar. I hit the enter on accident before I could proofread. I didn't notice any spelling or grammar or anything, so you're good. You are Gucci, but shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. I can't say nothing about you because I can't even spell Jonathan Barronville. So I really can't say nothing.
It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. Demon, give me some story time music. So the other day, yesterday, today,
Stupid.
top the show. It was like 14 hours ago. So by the time this is posted, it was early this morning, June 1st. I got an email from this particular brother, right? And the email reads, "Take music." After giving him props, Roland Martin takes a dig at Kevin Samuels, threatened to do his own dating show. Also, subliminals fired at Kwame Brown, Vicky Dillard, Lace Front, stop the show. Jason Black, and Tariq Nasheed. So I went to the video, and Roland Martin has a really good YouTube channel. Give him a round of applause. I'm not a hater of Roland Martin. I disagree with many things that I've heard him talk about politically. Although I don't know all his political stances, I know enough as a Democrat, and and after he got owned by King Randall. And to be fair, Roland Martin is an excellent debater. Very good, very talented journalist.
He is. After the Stanton chick went and completely eviscerated the Breakfast Club. Shout out to Ramil, when Ramil said the weakest dude in the manosphere will cook the Breakfast Club, or pretty much anybody in the lamestream media. A lot of truth in that statement, but Roland Martin ain't no slouch when it comes to debating, because Stanton chick, whose first name I'm forgetting, y'all know who I'm talking about, after she cooked the Breakfast Club, the video of her going on Roland Martin a month earlier got a lot of traction, and Roland Martin handled business with her. I had to give him his props. Roland Martin know his stuff, and he real good. He know how to debate. He's excellent at what he do. So I give Roland Martin all the props in the world as a debater. I was cracking the jokes saying he has midget proportions. Like, just look at him right there. Like, that does not look like a 5'10" man. It just I don't know. But it's funny, like everybody was like, no way he's 5'10". But all right, let me quit making short jokes. Indigenous TV says he just interrupts and uses liberal talking points. He's not a good debater. He's just a shill. I disagree. I think he's actually a really good debater. He be knowing his stuff. Okay, yeah, so get out of there with that. Look at the hand symbol. I guarantee if I talk long enough, you're gonna see me do this. Like, what the hell? Man, y'all got to stop. All right. If he's in some secret society, by all means, it would be in the best interest for the secret society to do what? Meet and speak in secrecy. But to come out public throwing up the rock or the Diamond Dallas Page or whatever, it's stupid. It's stupid. Can we just stop looking at hand gestures and saying that he's throwing up a sign to show that he's an Illuminati? Like, come on, man. This secret society is horrible at keeping a secret. Everybody knows about it and knows all the secret hand signals and catching everybody doing a hand signal. They're doing a pretty bad job at keeping a secret. Shout out to Slim KG. You remember DDP. The hand signal is the same one homeless people using. Oh, man. Y'all be tripping. The signal for sweet potato pie. Man, y'all be clowning. But no, Roland is good at debating. That's why it was pretty epic that King Randall gave him the business. Because Roland holds his own. I don't see Roland Martin lose too many debates. Yeah, he does the interruption thing, but so does Kevin Samuels. Typically, when it's your show, you dictate the terms. You technically shouldn't lose a debate on your show, but it depends on how you run it. Ooh, excuse me. Damn Mountain Dew. Depending on how you run it. But anyway.
It leaves a lot to be desired, but Roland Martin is a talented journalist for sure. He works really hard in the business. He has his own platform, and his Roland Martin Unfiltered show, it's at a high standard, right? And when you look at production and taking the business serious and having a nice studio, there's no other news channel that even comes close to having the professionalism that he does. So for that, I do give him his props, because to do what he does in the business on YouTube as an independent person, not in the major media anymore, I salute him. But it seems like Roland Martin has some problems with other people, right? And most notably, I think that there been some issues between him and African Diaspora Network before. There have been some issues between Roland Martin and Tariq Nasheed, Roland Martin and Jason Black. But at the end of this particular stream, around the 1 hour in I would say 1 hour 53 second mark, Roland Martin.
CJNBD. Let me make sure I'm not tripping, because hold on. Stop the show. Hold on. Hold up. I think I typed that wrong. Hold on. CJNBM, not B. Still stopping the show. Wait a minute. NBM. Stop the show for a second. Was I seeing that right? Yes, I was seeing that right. You just had a video that went viral. Congratulations on that. You got 29K views on the video 2 days ago. Kwame Brown just ended Tommy Sotomayor. That's what I tell content creators all the time. Sometimes if your views are, kind of low, you bang out a good trending story, hit it, strike while the iron hot, it mess around and go viral, and you sometimes, it don't always happen like that, but sometimes you could be on and popping right after that. But definitely congratulations on that. I just noticed that it popped up on my feed, and I was like, yeah, that's the brother I was emailing with, because he was gonna we was talking about getting you on my show. But shout out to you on that. Congratulations. I'm still boiling. I said I was gonna check out your content. I haven't got around to it yet. So yeah, I know you picked up subs. on that. Definitely. I know you picked up subs on that. But no, I'm gonna check your stuff out. Hopefully when I get off of here, I'm gonna check your stuff out, and then we'll talk. We'll email. But no, shout out, congratulations. Like to see brothers coming up. But congratulations on that. Nigatar, that's funny. Shout out to Nigatar. He says, if you have to play the "It's My Show" card, it means you're up against the ropes and got saved by the bell. It's some truth in that. But when it's your show, you can dictate the flow of the conversation, especially if it's an interview. If you may, well, see, I don't abuse those tactics, but you technically can. I don't abuse it, but you can abuse those tactics, and some people do. A lot of people do. There's a classy way to do it and a not classy way to do it. Put it like this. You can make sure you get the last word and then move on and then ask the next question. I notice people doing that. Bill O'Reilly was the king of that. Bill O'Reilly will spend 3 minutes asking a loaded question that had like 5 questions embedded in it. And then when you try to answer one of those questions, he will cut you off and then follow up with 2 or 3 more questions. And then when you try to answer one of those 2 or 3 more questions, he will cut you off and then follow up with 2 more questions. And then they've been going back and forth for 10 minutes. And he was able to put 30 questions out there that maybe 2 of them got answered. Some people are just good at knowing how to debate / manipulate a conversation. So I give debate props to it, but sometimes it can just be absurd to where you're not having a conversation in good faith. Put it like that. So fair points on your end. Shout out to Silent Lamont, says Benny Snake Eyes Riley. Shout out to
These
Silent.
last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
My nipple late. A nipple cannot be either late nor on time. A nipple is always precisely. I was trying to quote Gandalf when he said, "A wizard is never late or on time. A nipple is never late or on time. It arrives precisely at the moment that it intended." Okay. Oh, yeah, stupid. The debate style that I described, that's not what Obsidian do. Cynthia G does that. Obsidian don't exactly do that. Obsidian does some other stuff, but that's not what Obsidian do. Obsidian do a lot of stuff. Obsidian is good. Put it like that. Obsidian will have your head spinning. You just like, man, I had to go to sleep one time. That was a fairly recent show. I had to take a nap after going a few rounds with Obsidian. But that's not exactly what what I described. That's not what Obsidian do. Disney TV said, "Bernard, you can never be a hitman. You wouldn't be able to see your target and kill the wrong person." Yeah, perhaps. It's somebody on Instagram who does this thing called the blind hitman. Very funny. Where it's the same guy. He keep trying to kill somebody. He's a hitman, but he's blind, and it's like a little bit that they do. Very funny. Very funny. Anyway, let me get back into what your Uncle Roro said in regards to hating on Kevin Samuels.
Martin starts taking shots at YouTubers who do celebrity stop the show, which is me. I really don't care though, because I dropped some gems on my content. So, but at the end of this particular stream, around the 1 hour in I would say 1 hour 53-second mark, Roland Martin starts taking shots at YouTubers who do celebrity stop the show, which is me. I really don't care though, because I dropped some gems on my content. So yes, I'm not tripping. But Roland Martin was dropping some pretty much some beef towards other YouTubers that you guys listen to, basically saying you don't learn nothing from some of the people in the Hotep crowd, if you will, if you want to say that, the gossipers. He actually called Kwame Brown's name out, and then high value men and high value women. So while he didn't say the person's name,
sorry. We got a good commercial this time.
I am a gym rat, but I was not able to go to the gym. So I was like, how can I make home?
And we all know that Roland Martin is talking about Kevin Samuels, which is interesting because Roland Martin actually praised Kevin Samuels. Okay. And Roland Martin himself said in the first video that, and this was a video he was discussing black YouTuber Saint the Sinner, who had made a video about Kevin Samuels at the time. He said about him that basically that he's a hater. Okay, that's interesting for him to say that, because now Roland Martin is taking the same approach, saying that he gonna start his own dating show. I heard him say that, and you don't learn nothing from those people. This is why the black community is struggling right now, and you don't learn anything from them. You gonna learn something on this platform. And when I look at Roland Martin's YouTube platform, and don't get me wrong, he does have a lot of news and stuff like that.
So that was pretty much the gist of the hate. Of the hateration, basically saying you ain't gonna learn nothing over there. They're keeping the black community apart, or this or that, or blah 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 blah. And again, and I'm one thing is worth noting. This is shout out to Coach. Say you're gonna learn something. Gonna learn today. It's worth noting that people like Roland Martin never gave any type of analysis on the dating and relationship coaches or none of that stuff. Nothing to say about it. Not a mumbling word about it when it was, Derrick Jackson doing it. Derrick Jackson get 1 billion views. Nothing to say about it. All the Stefan Labossiers, all that stuff, nothing to say about it. The mere fact that a man is saying it and saying it firm and strong and saying it to black women, now everybody else wants to give an examination of it. And even somebody like him talking about, I'm about to try to get into the game of doing this thing. And again, even though I did crack some jokes about his proportions, again, I do like to look at and examine the ideas. And I can only speculate as to why. Why does he feel it's necessary now to try to examine whether or not these dating and relationship coaches are keeping people apart? When he speaks to and speaks for the Democratic Party, who can give two shits whether or not black people was together. They can give a good goddamn about it. In fact, they benefit from the separation. The more black men and black women not together, the more black women on welfare. The more black women on welfare, the more they're going to vote Democrat. The more they're going to raise their kids to vote Democrat. But now you're really concerned, huh? I didn't have the screen up, so if I missed the super chat, I do apologize about that. The Mac the Trucker in the building. Swollen Martin strikes again. Yeah, he did.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
I was gigging. Y'all can see me behind the thing. I was gigging to that one. I felt that one. But yeah, he's doing more of the dance. Nothing to say. Absolutely positively nothing to say about relationship advice. Don't give a damn about relationship advice. Represents a party that really don't care if black people, black men and black women are together. Everything he represents, everything he stands for, everything that he talks about does not reflect in that. Now, in his personal life, I don't know. Maybe he's married and whatever and blah, blah, blah. But the whole work of his content never cared nothing about it. And O'Shea did lay out, he did point out his views, and that's goes back to that speculation. O'Shea did later in the video, that's all of it I'm going to play right now, but O'Shea speculated that his views are down, so he's trying to talk about or take jabs at other things, take jabs at Kwame Brown, because Kwame Brown did grow his channel off a lot of beef, and which I'm good with, as I explained in the last show. Beef and fight with the machine, not with each other's. Like I talked about how Kwame Brown kind of punted when it came to Tommy Sotomayor. He didn't go after Tommy Sotomayor, but he will go after Charlemagne, go after Matt Barnes, go after Steven Jackson, anybody who's a part of the machine, basically working for white people, he will fight them, but he's not going to fight an independent brother speaking, truth to power, as they say. So that was big ups on Kwame Brown. Roland Martin is independent, kinda. Well, no, he is independent, but he upholds the liberal machine. I'll say that he upholds the liberal machine. And now, after all this time, he's coming after, criticizing Kwame, criticizing Kevin. O'Shea showed something speculating that it got something to do with views, and that's one of the downsides, drawbacks, probably when you're doing a political show like what he does when it's not political season. Chances are those views look bad. That's news to me. I may have to change my position. Tarhara Kataseti, hopefully I got that right, says Kwame Brown just roasted Tommy. I have a hard time believing that. I have a really hard time believing that. I ain't gonna play none of it, but I am going to go to his channel and just look and see if I can tell from the title. I do see something that says no new friends. I don't know. That's interesting if he did. You said I butchered that name, the Mac the Trucker? Tahar. That's probably Ta. Tahar. That Q, I'm assuming, makes a qu sound. That A, K, makes a sound. Tahar Ka. Ta. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, I know I'm bad with that. With a foreign name. Tell me how I go. Tahara Kata Seti. Tell me how I go. Give me the proper pronunciation of that. But I have a hard time believing that he really roasted him. Did he roast him, or did he give analysis with a splash of critique or criticism? Hey, the man said not bad. I'll roll with that. I tend to believe he just gave a harsh critique with a splash of criticism. That's what I tend to believe that happened. I don't know for sure. I don't. But that's what I tend to believe that happened. I'll be disappointed and have to recant my position if he went in on Tommy the same way he went in on Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson and Charlemagne and Stephen A. and all the people who are part of the machine. I tend to believe he went in like that. I mean, I tend to believe he didn't go in like that, because that would be really playing into Tommy's hands, because that's exactly what the hell Tommy Sotomayor will want. I'm presuming to know what Tommy Sotomayor will want, but I would just assume that Tommy Sotomayor might want Kwame Brown to go at him just as hard as he went at all those other people, and then have a nice good beef where they both got 20K views when watching Kwame go at Tommy, and another 20K views when Tommy go at Kwame, or when Kwame go at Tommy. They rhyme, so I think I messed it up. But you get the point. That would be just then an epic showdown, so to speak. That would be an epic showdown, and that would be right up Tommy Sotomayor's alley. Tommy Sotomayor would actually enjoy that and thrive in that. But I think Kwame Brown, at least he's conducted himself as if he has the wherewithal to know why he shouldn't do that. That's what I said in my thumbnail yesterday. Fight the machine, not each other. Fight the machine, not each other. AMC is still going to the moon for me. I am up a lot of money. Shout out to Rod of God podcast in the building, who's very late. You're very late. No tardy pass. No, just playing. But good people. I think I've said all I cared to say on this issue. I almost didn't go on the air today, but I decided to piece together a few things I saw and gave my thoughts on it. I gave my thoughts on the whole little Monique trying to give Black women some direction about not wearing the bonnets. I just found that laughable that she would do that after years of displaying every stereotype imaginable. I gave my little 2 cents on Boyce Watkins, his marriage. Don't care that much about his marriage. You want to marry the woman, he married the woman. But the little things that he says is the things that I like to break down and analyze. And then there's Roland Martin throwing jabs, hating on Kwame and Kevin for whatever his reasons are. Then Hood Servitors threw me some news right out the gate with them dudes wearing them bonnets. That was interesting. But shout out to everybody. Mr. Shane Vitch is in the building. Says Tommy Soto has become like a heel from the WWF. Yeah, he's always...
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
He's always had that WWE type of vibe to him sometimes when it comes to his beefing and or interactions with others, so to speak. Things that are coming up to look forward to. I think I got confirmation that from Sub-0369. If you didn't see the last show that I did with him, me and him did a great show, and we're going to do it again on Thursday. So I want you to be there to check that one out. We did a great show last week. So we're going to follow that up. We didn't get to finish the conversation because he's a busy, hard-working, money-making man. He had meetings and things to go to. And so we didn't get to finish that. But holy shit. He's the reason I'm getting all this money from AMC. It's trading at $43.88. That is stupid. Man, it just went up. I can't believe I'm not cashing out this money. I told y'all I'm like Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street. Like, I ain't leaving. I ain't fucking leaving. Or I ain't fucking going. I'm holding. He telling me to sell. Nah, man, I'm holding. I got to see where this thing is going. AMC to the moon. AMC to the moon. But I'm only drinking nothing but brown liquor if AMC goes to $10. What you mean if it goes to $10? You mean $100? $100. Oh yeah. The way that the trend is going, see, I was ready to sell when it was at, when it peaked at $36 or $37. That would have been a bad sell. It's not stopping. It may fluctuate back down some, but when the market is closed, everybody be buying when the market closed. So it start off every day just shooting up, and then it fluctuate at a higher point once it shoot up. So once it stop doing that consistently, then I'll sell. But I'm so far ahead what I feel would be a comfortable amount to just cash out with that it just be silly. Like, oh, I'm hanging on. Only thing I'm worried about is going to get so high that everybody going to be trying to sell at the same time, And I don't even know how that works. I think it could end up being a situation you would end up selling, and it probably would. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, so Kwame is so Kwame. Okay, so if Kwame is going, oh, okay, all right. See, he did it. I got to rechange my position. Damn it, Kwame. I thought you was going to not go at Tommy. I really wish that he didn't. I really wish that he upheld something that I personally believe in, is that you stay on code for independent brothers. Independent brothers, especially if they have non-liberal, non-feminist, more pro-black male, more conservative type of views. You stay on code for those ones. Those are brothers you stay on code for. Now, for somebody, if it's Charlemagne the God, Stephen A. Smith, somebody who's a part of the machine, all right, you can go in on them. With independent brothers, you just disagree in silence. That's where I'm at. That's how I feel about that. Every time that I heard him go at Tommy, it was always just it was like just a respectful disagreement, or just a respectful explaining what happened with a little bit of critique, with a slight jab, but more like a "come on, man" type of thing. Like more like he's just coming at him on some, how are you, tripping like this over a, communication mishap. Don't matter if Tommy provoke it, you can still maintain your principles.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
He said it was like calm down. Yeah, if he's saying calm down, then yeah. Shout out to Queen Q. Queen Q will be on the show on Sunday. Me and Ike do a business show every Sunday. Actually, I got to talk to Ike real quick and make sure. I don't know if Ike probably finding out officially what's going on right now, because we do a business show every Sunday. A lot of the stuff that we talked about with business, we was talking about going from there's a solopreneur to entrepreneur with vertical business. Hiring employees was more important. Having that cash, having cash or more cash flow, meaning that if you hire employees and you may very well have more cash flow coming in, but the cost and expense of growing the operation may make it to the point to where you're making the same, 100,000 or 50,000 or whatever you are making. You may make the same amount of money, but you're running a bigger operation and more cash flow is coming in. And Queen Q is actually in a position where she's more or less doing that. She's dealing with employees, hiring, firing. She runs a business. She runs an anime store. That's pretty interesting in and of itself. So that's going to be the Sunday show. She's going to be here. And the way I roll, because I don't play that shit. When I have a woman on my show, the official guest on my show, I require that she cam up. So she will be on camera. I ain't trying to create no more. I never created one, but I'm not trying to create the next avatar star, as I call them. I'm not trying to create the next avatar star. So she will be on camera in her store, in the anime store. So that's going to be a fun, interesting show that I want y'all to come in on Sunday. And on Saturday, my man Ohin Imora will be in the building. Ohin Imora will be in the building on Saturday. So Thursday, the Ride of God podcast. I'm sitting here looking at that. I'm looking at the last chat. On Thursday, which is tomorrow, I got Sub-Zero. Yeah, okay. I don't let you just use my platform to just talk shit or call another man a woman's name, like a woman name. Like that's no. Cut it out. Cut that shit out. We don't do that here. Oh shit! Yes, I was going to ask you to do that. Even better. I like it. I was gonna ask you to do that because you had your government name was in the email, so I did some stalking and I went and looked at your Facebook page and saw you in cosplay in one of those pictures, and I was like, yeah, that picture gonna be in the thumbnail. I hope she don't mind. And so yeah, if you're gonna cosplay it up during the show, oh yeah, that's even better. That's gonna be a good show. All right. All right, perfect. I don't know if you going where I think you going with that. With cameras killed the Avatar star. Like, I don't think I sung it on rhythm, but I think you were trying to say the How did that song go? Radio killed. No. What's the actual words to the actual song? Something killed the video star. How about this? Send me some anime cosplay pictures you want. Okay, video killed the radio star. Yeah. There you go. Video killed the radio star. Yeah. I still don't think I'm singing it on the right key or not key, but the right melody. I think I got it wrong because I haven't heard the song in years. But cameras killed the Avatar star. That's funny. You can send me pictures that you want me to use for the thumbnail. Send me pictures that you want me to use for the thumbnail. So, brother Mechadon in the building. I may wrap this up if nobody's coming up and make it a shorter show. Make it a shorter show, but I was just letting it be known what I got coming on for the rest of the week. Got Sub-Zero Thursday, Don't Know Friday, Oheen and Moro Saturday, and Ike and Queen Q will be on Sunday. So that will be pretty cool. Porn killed the call line industry. It did. That it did. Yeah. Internet porn killed the video store. There's actually one last blockbuster alive on Earth, I think in Alaska. There's a documentary on Netflix. I believe that place is in Alaska, where there's actually I don't think Queen Q has a channel. See, I don't even be checking people out. I don't be properly investigating people. Let's see if Queen Q has a channel. I don't know if that's her. No, that don't look like her. Do you have it a channel? A soft opening on your page. She says I do, but I don't post. Oh, boy. I don't know what quite to. Hold on, that's not what I meant to do. I don't know what quite to expect here because I don't know what Project 2080. No, we're not shitting on Rolando. We never did. We had a good, healthy discussion about your Uncle Roro. But Project 2080 is in the building.
How you doing there?
I'm doing great. Real quick, before you say anything, what is Project 2080?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Okay. when after World War II, Toyota and Japan were pretty much in the toilet in the United States. It took them 60 years.
I'm just playing.
Well, I mean, after World War II,
go ahead.
You get my point. After World War II, Toyota was pretty much the laughing stock in the United States. And but the point is, they rehabilitated themselves completely in 60 years. No one's laughing at Japan or Toyota or anything like that. The first Toyota that was imported to the United States was just a piece of junk. Yeah, it was an absolute piece of junk, and it sold. I think the first year it sold 700 cars. The point is, it took 60 years, and my whole thing is, if we as Black people, I started this in 2020, and if we were to focus, it's going to take us 60 years in order to put this thing back together the way it should be. I am so proud of you. This is the greatest country on earth. There's no question in my mind about that. And Black people, we are phenomenal people. Somehow we've lost our way, and I am so proud of people like you, the manosphere. What's going on here? It's really exciting for me. It's just so exciting because we have a real shot. We have a real shot. And you were talking about Tommy Sotomayor earlier, and I'm a supporter of Tommy. I also love Kevin Samuels. I absolutely love this guy. And I've called Tommy's show several times, and I really was trying to get him to sort of work with Kevin to sort of rein it in a little bit. But I'm thinking that, maybe Tommy's going to make Kevin even a better presenter. Maybe this thing that Tommy, because Tommy does this with everyone. It's just not just Kevin that he's doing it with. He does this with everyone. I don't care if you're large or small. And I think it should be said that Tommy Sotomayor absolutely has started a lot of this. We have to give the man credit for that.
Absolutely.
And the fact that Kevin is able to say what he says, the way he says it, may not be possible if Tommy Sotomayor didn't do what he did. Now we could also argue that Howard Stern doing. We could also argue that Howard Stern doing what he did allowed Tommy to do what he did. You could also say that Boeing is able to do what they did because what the Wright brothers did, and the Wright brothers did what they did because what Birds did. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how far we want to go with this. But the fact of the matter is, I think Tommy Sotomayor does deserve his props, and I certainly understand that. And I'm not sure it's a bad thing what he's doing, because what Kevin is doing is just, I am so excited about it, because these things need to be said, and more people will hear them from Kevin than would hear them from Tommy Sotomayor. What are your thoughts on that? Bernard, are you there?
I was muted up for a second.
Sorry.
No, I'm good. No, we're good. Yeah. Tommy invented birds is what Ike says to what you're saying. Overall, glad to pour a drink right now.
Well, I can continue.
But no. I was definitely listening. I you couldn't hear me. Well, I wasn't saying anything, so it didn't matter if you could hear me or not. But Tommy, he created this market. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. And I've said it before, because like his haters and trolls are saying, "Oh, you fell off. You has been. You're this or that, and all of that." Look, he created. Oh shit. He created the market.
And
AMC is going to the moon.
I wish I'd have got in on that AMC deal.
Damn it. That's crazy.
What is it up to now?
It is selling at, I don't even want to tell you how much money I came up, but it's selling at $47. And
you got it at $20, right? You got it at 20?
No, lower.
Oh,
Lower.
wow, great.
Yeah.
Good for you.
No, it was, well, I put some money in at 26. I put money in at 3 different parts. But on the lower end, I put it in pretty damn low.
But in retrospect, it makes
but
sense. I mean,
but
these
but no, to what you said about Tommy, I've always said this about Tommy, doing his thing, creating his whole market, talking about I'll just say the way people say, just talking shit about black women. Yeah, he's made over $1 million doing that. He's based off everything that he said, and people who know and understand OnlyFans business, and you can see where OnlyFans channel is ranked. He's making $1 million having sex with black women on OnlyFans. He's shown millions of dollars in investments, just money sitting up in investments. He's a millionaire a few times over. It's like he's won the game. He created a market. He invented something, and he's rich. And everybody in the manosphere, until recently, has always given him his props and his respect. And everybody still give him his props and respect for just being one of the pioneers and originators and everything. However, the way that he's moving right now, a lot of people can't get jiggy with that. Doesn't mean that his legacy and everything that he did, that he stood for, that he was on is tarnished. But he is absolutely positively the man. He did it. It's very possible, had he not created the market, which could have possibly, there are people who will argue with me on the history, but I think in many ways he created or pioneered the market that created and that in many ways pioneered what is known as the manosphere, which in many ways inspired me to be sitting here. So
that's my point.
But that becomes a moot point because everybody acknowledges the greatness of Tommy Sotomayor. We're just looking at him saying that he's acting a goddamn fool right now. It's just
but Bernard, they really don't. That's the point. They really don't. And I'll be honest with you.
Bullshit.
No, I listen.
They do.
Far be it from me.
You want to know who don't? Hold on, real quick. You want to know who don't acknowledge it? His trolls, and he's been equating his trolls to the manosphere, and you're falling for it. His trolls don't acknowledge nothing that he did, but it's not a manosphere content creator who don't step back and say, whoa, Tommy is that dude. Tommy created that market. Even those who have had beefs with him, they still acknowledge the reality of the situation. So
we're going to agree to disagree on this point. And listen, I respect you.
Tell me, hold on, wait, real quick. Tell me the content creator who up until recently didn't respect Tommy Sotomayor and didn't give him his due. Because as far as what I can see, whenever Tommy Sotomayor pull up on any manosphere channel, we roll out the red carpet. We stop the show. We roll out the red carpet. We drop the Coming to America rose petals on the floor, sound the trumpet, change the title, change the thumbnail. God damn it, Tommy here. Hell yeah. That's how everybody have always acted whenever Tommy pulled through. Gave him treatment.
That's fair enough. I will agree with that. But here's my point. And I've changed my position because Tommy and I had just a knockdown, drag out fight on this show. And, every time I call, he always gets upset with me because there's always bloodletting when I'm on the show because I don't agree with a lot of things that he says. But the point I'm trying to make is Tommy Sotomayor has pioneered a lot of this. I have a couple problems with him though. The one problem I have with him is he takes all the oxygen out of the room, and that's problematic. and he's unable to do that with Kevin because Kevin he's just blown up to the point where it's really not it's not even possible anymore. But that's the one problem I have with it. But this notion that he the fact is his message, Tommy's message, is being heard by people who would never hear it from Tommy. That's the point. And
That's the point. That's the
And
point
so,
that it seems that Tommy don't get, because Tommy is mad that he's not the one giving the message.
well, that's true. But here's the thing, and I want to give Kevin his credit for this. This is what Kevin says, and I think this is very, very viable. And this is something that Tommy doesn't quite get. Kevin is able to do what he's doing because he's doing it with people. He's doing it in collaboration with others. He works alone for whatever reason. Maybe he can't work with others. I don't know what they.
I don't know if
but
Kevin Samuels blew up. Kevin Samuels was more in collaboration when he was, I won't say when he was with the Manosphere, but when his channel was smaller, you can go through my old archives. He used to come on my program all the time. He kind of blew up on his own, kind of. We saluted him, we high-fived and shouted out and, shared a stream or two, but at the end of the day, the algorithm chose him. The people chose him.
Well, that's
so that had nothing to do. Like we didn't elevate. That's another narrative out there. We didn't lift up and elevate Kevin Samuels to that level. The algorithm chose him. Kevin Samuels' numbers used to be very similar to mine, and then one day we looked up, damn, Kevin, you did 700 all this week. Damn, you just did 1,000 live viewers this whole week. Damn, you just did 1,400 this whole week. Like it was just like, holy shit. Like it was a shock to us. He was on my show one time talking like it was a shock to him. He said, man, this week has been some anomaly. But so even so it just sort of just started happening. So it's not like well, we can't take credit for lifting him up to some great heights. We can't. Like the people chose him, the algorithm chose him. Now he did some very tactical, strategic things. Some very tactical, strategic things that got him there. And Queen of the South. Where am I being untruthful? How am I explain, type in full grown-up sentences? How am I being untruthful? And untruthful about what? But no, I think that I don't think that him. Okay, he didn't. He was collaborating with people more. Okay, now hold on. I think I see what you're saying. The Manosphere has been instrumental as a springboard for Kevin Samuels, along with his hard work. Okay, I'm talking about the heights that he's gotten now. Yes, the Manosphere is where he was at. The Manosphere was where he sharpened his tools. The Manosphere is where he, gradually evolved into the content creator that he is right now. Yes, that much is true, but I don't think we can. It's not like everybody got together and said, all right, y'all, let's make Kevin Samuels blow up. Let's promote him. Let's share his videos. Let's do this. Let's do that. Kevin. That didn't happen. That was just, he just started blowing up. He was one of us doing content like us, doing it better and more professional, albeit, but he just blew up. He just blew up. He just started doing his thing. I mean, he was doing his thing for a while, and then his views just started to gradually go up, and it was just like, oh shit, Kevin is blowing up. And man, holy shit, this AMC. To anybody who's gonna, because I cut back on the drinking. I used to drink. I used to drink on the show. Because, it's a celebration, bitches. But to quote Dave Chappelle, but I said if it get past a certain point, I'm having a drink, and it is well past that point of my drinking.
Wow, good.
Time to have a celebratory drink. Goddamn.
Congratulations, Bernard. I'm very.
I mean, I ain't
happy
rich.
for you.
Don't say nothing. Don't think nothing crazy. I ain't rich. It's just it's.
Well, I mean, when you, in retrospect, it makes sense that AMC theaters were depressed as a result of the COVID thing, and now they're opening up. So yeah, it makes sense on retrospect that when you think about it, the fact that they're doing good. But I want to get back to this because this Manosphere thing is so exciting for me. It's so exciting because I think we have a real shot. We have a real shot of putting back the Black family, which to me, that's the greatest thing for this country that I love so much. because I really feel that we're just a great people. We're a great people in a great country. And I am so sick of the whining and complaining about racism and all this. I mean, yeah, these things exist, but they've always existed. And the fact of the matter is, this country, I'm telling you, you'll never be in a better country. You'll never be in a greater country. If we can't make it here, we're not going to make it anyway. And the fact of the matter was we've made it in this country up until the point that we destroyed the black family, i.e., black women chose welfare over black men. And that's what Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, and others are pointing out. And people are listening.
And yeah, and that's why I said on my show yesterday, I don't care who said it first. I don't care who said it.
Exactly.
I'm just glad that it's being said on a large
people are listening.
scale. And so that's where I'm at with it. I do want to pass the mic to Obsidian. Shout out to David Johnson right there.
May I make one other point before you do that?
Hold on. Well, no, just stay put. Don't go nowhere. Shout out to David Johnson. Appreciate that super chat. I slipped up and didn't even get to read it. He says, Kevin has said a lot of things that I personally said, but I didn't get mad because I was glad that one of ours was getting the message out. That's the point, is the message. Priority over the personal ego. Absolutely, 100%. Go ahead, oh man, you got the floor. You have got the mic, and I got to figure out if I'm about to cash out. Oh, this is AMC, but go ahead, oh man, you got it.
Yeah. So all right, so I have a couple of questions here. So the first question I have is, we're glad the message is getting out, but getting out to who?
Are you asking me that question?
Asking everybody that question. Getting out to who?
Kevin is getting out to Kevin Samuel's audience.
Who do we want to hear the message?
Black people.
Okay. Let's
No. We want everyone to hear the message. Everyone needs to hear the message.
That's a good point there.
Not just black people.
All right, so let's take it in turn.
We have to stop segregating ourselves.
Let Obsidian likes to ask questions and go down a yellow brick road, so to speak. Let him go.
Let's take it in turn. So we'll start with black people and then everybody. Okay. So we want black people to hear the message. Okay. Then my question becomes, do black men need to hear us say what Project 2080 so eloquently articulated a moment ago? Do black men need to hear that? Or do black women need to hear it?
Well, I think the number of black men that vote for the Democratic Party, I think black men do need to hear it as well, but black women definitely need to hear it. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just say this. I think we can look. Just let me just.
No, wait. Hold on. Wait. Let's just short answer so we can follow so we can see where he's going.
Easy.
Short answer to the question is both and.
Okay. So let's chase another point down then. Question: who cares more about the black family, black men or black women?
I would go with black men.
Okay. So, and that tracks with the data. See, I rarely speak about things that don't have an empirical basis. The empirical data suggests that black men care about the black family more than black women care about it. Or, let me put it this way. Black men care about a black family as it was conceived in the past. Black women can care about a black family as it's conceived in the present. That is to say, single mom children. So it seems to me that we have a fundamental problem here, because black men and black women are saying two very different things. I.e., Ice Cube. Ice Cube talks about black community. He means everybody. Black women hear black community. They mean black women and children.
Yep.
So when it goes back to the question of putting the message out, exactly what message are we putting out in the form of Kevin Samuels, assuming that now that the Black Manosphere has claimed him as one of our own now, and that's a question. And then if we've decided that, then the next question becomes, what message are we attempting to send, and who are we attempting to aim it at? If we're attempting to aim it at Black women have a completely different conception of what Black family means.
Oh, the question, because you had closed out with a state. Were you still going?
Pardon?
Well, no, you had asked the question and then you closed it out with a statement. I didn't know if you were still going.
Yes, I'm building on the question that I asked.
Oh no, my fault.
I'm saying if the argument is that we're glad that Kevin Samuels, who we now seem to be claiming as one of our own, which I find deeply problematic in itself, then my question becomes, okay, the message that we're attempting to send to Black women en masse seems to be at variance with what Black women believes. Because Black women don't believe that Black family means what we think it means.
Mm-hmm.
We have one idea of Black family. They have another.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody disagree with that?
Yeah, I think they've accepted and embraced this a modern idea of Black family, where it could just, a family is just just a woman and child. They're fine. They're good. Many of them are good with that. They talk like they're not, but based off, a lot of them are good with that. So there are different ideas in what I think me, you, Kevin, and I just met Project 2080, but I'm assuming he's more in alignment with us. I think there's a difference in what we would consider, what we think about when we think Black family versus what a lot of Black women think about when they think Black family. So yeah.
See,
you're on point.
See, the issue with me is, and here's the other problem I have with the Black Manosphere now wanting to claim Kevin as a native son. I have a problem with that. But setting that aside for a moment, here's the problem that I have with that. The idea that him and Kwame are doing this and doing that. Okay, yes, they are. But it raises another question. What are we doing?
Well, before we get into that, but I think me and you are doing something. But well, before we get into that, when you talk about the Black Manosphere claiming Kevin Samuels as a native son, and you have a problem with that, if the likes of Reg the bad guy was claiming him as a native son, I think Reg has been somebody who's if I'm not mistaken, I think he's talked a lot of crap about him. There's a lot of people who's talked a lot of crap about Kevin, but if they're claiming him now, yeah, that would be definitely fake on their part. But obviously people like me, you, and several others, if they're claiming him, I don't think nothing is wrong with that. So are you hearing individuals who have, called him every bad name under the book now claiming him because he's blown up?
No, I don't have a chapter and verse. There are definitely those who are very critical of Kevin, and at this point they look downright foolish doing so. But we can set that aside. Let's set it aside. So I like the idea of using the MCU as analogies, because that's something all of us can kind of, identify with and get on board with. So there's an iconic scene in Avengers Endgame where, when it starts off in the final confrontation with Thanos, it's Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor. 3-on-1 fight. And they kind of get thrashed about. And it's at one point where Captain America is standing there, huffing and puffing, like, we're getting ready for another bout. And he hears a voice in his comms that says, "On your left." Now, for those of us that know the MCU, we know that was from Captain America, the Winter Soldier, where Sam Wilson, the Falcon, is working out. He's running, and Captain America just doing laps around him because he's a super soldier. And every time he passes him, "On your left. On your left." He said, yeah, I got it. You're on my left. I got it. And Captain America looks behind him and he sees the Falcon flying through a portal. And he says everybody else flying through a portal. And what does Captain America say? Avengers assemble. Meaning everybody. See, the concern that I have, and maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am proven wrong, is that we will look on Kevin and Kwame and anybody else and just kind of sit back and say, okay, they got it from here. And I'm very deeply concerned about that. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am. My thinking is Avengers assemble, not just Captain America and Iron Man, but everybody. This is going to require everybody to get involved. So I bring it back to the question. What are you doing? Meaning you, individual black man, what role are you playing in this? You may not be a thunder god, but even Ant-Man had a role to play. What role are you playing? Avengers assemble. That's where I'm at with it. We all have a role to play here.
Shout out to Charles Merchant in the building. He says, Tommy Sotomayor, Dr. Umar Boyce, Roland Martin, the entire witch coven takes issues with Kevin Samuels. Do you see the action figure now? This Voltron has been keeping the matriarchy a secret for decades. Shout out to Charles Merchant. Appreciate the super chat. I get the feeling that you're speaking more beyond content creators. You're talking about just a regular, brother who just consumes the content. It sounds, is that an accurate?
Well, that's a fair question. In Avengers Assemble, it just wasn't, super powered, headliners. There were all the masters of the mystic arts involved. There were all the Asgardians involved. The Wakandan army was involved.
Mm-hmm. So do you view the chat room as like part of the army, the Wakandan army?
I do.
Okay.
Now here's the trick, though.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the trick. As we saw in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, there are those of us who believe that life was better during the blip.
Mm.
There were those of us who wanted to go back to the blip. In other words, they agreed with Thanos. So what's going to happen next is we're going to see an inevitable separation here. As Kevin continues to get bigger, which is at least an indirect measure of his effectiveness, we're going to continue to see the haves separate from the have-nots. Those that want to pair off and cooperate versus those that don't. It's inevitable. And it won't just be black women. And then what?
Well, what is that pairing off or tearing off or separation? What does it look like to you?
The black women that want to cooperate, want to get married, want to talk to each other, want to try to cooperate with each other versus the black men and black women that don't.
So it sounds like to some degree, what we kind of already see, like there's black people who more or less got their good head on their shoulders. Like you go to any middle or upper middle class black community, you're more than likely going to see families. You're not going to see a bunch of baby mamas. I mean, maybe a few single people in some of those houses, but mostly you're going to see man, woman, children. So I do think that what you're describing is what already happens on a smaller scale, so to speak, where you got the hood over here and a bunch of nigga shit going on. Then you have for holy shit, AMC going crazy. A lack of a better way to describe it, more civilized people living normal American life somewhere where, you know, people naturally couple up and raise children, and, you know, you see a Subaru driving around and, you know, or whatever. I think what you're describing is that the black people that get their head on straight, get it together, they'll go live in you know, they'll go live a different type of life than those who want to uphold or failure to stop doing or engaging in what is known as nigga shit. I think what you're talking about, it's almost like you're talking about that more or less happening online as well as manifesting and also results in reality as well.
Right.
If I understand you correctly.
That's part of it, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where things are heading at this point. And I think that the next movement, I guess you could call it, small m, will be the black people in the latter group who will be making a lot of noise. The black people in the former group will quietly pair off and just do their thing. The black people who lack the abilities, the skills, the inclination, the temperament, they will be the ones making the most noise.
Obsidian, I holistically welcome you to go on an epic monologue because I can't even speak right now looking at this shit. Looking at AMC go crazy.
Is that the movie company?
That is the movie company, which I invested some stock in, and it is shooting to the goddamn moon. I ain't rich, people. I ain't rich. I didn't have enough money to invest to get rich. Okay, there are some people that was able to put 50,000 on it before it went to the moon. They're sitting on hundreds of thousands right now. Put it like that. So I'm not doing that well. But this is insane. This is insane. The haves are more likely to marry out.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, like the Shane Vicious, you goddamn. I mean, listen, you be making what Obsidian say true. Like I listen, I got nothing against brothers that date out, but you just damn, you obsessed with it in every conversation. Against all reason, against all data.
Why
data? Hold on, real quick, Obsidian, real quick. There's data that shows that even black men who are upper middle, no, actually quote the data on the percentage, because they said high value men not marrying black women. What was the data on that? It was very similar to the
86% of black men earning $100,000 a year marry black women.
Yes. Like Shane Vicious, like just stop saying silly shit. Like damn.
So the question I have, the question that he has to answer is this: why does he keep doing this? Why? Why does he keep coming to a channel? Why does he spend money on the channel? Why is he a moderator on the channel where the owner of the channel has said repeatedly that he is for the creation of black families? Why?
I don't mind him being here. I don't mind him supporting. Like I said, like Pablo is my guy. Got nothing but love and respect for Pablo. But Pablo don't come here and do that stupid shit. That's what I'm saying. So it's the stupid shit that's the problem.
Why does he keep doing it?
I don't know why I keep doing.
He needs to answer it. I think it's a fair question that he should have to answer. Why do you keep doing it, Mr. Shane Dishes?
We're not talking about the right to be here. It's talking about why. Like you have a right to sit on the front row at church and chew bubble gum and blow bubbles. You got the right to do that. But if somebody asks you, okay, why do you keep doing that? You can't say I have the right. No, they ask you why. Not do you have the legal right to do it, but no, why are you doing it? Those are two separate questions.
Why? Why can't you just do what you do and that's that? And let people that want to be together be together. Why do you do that?
All right. I mean, no, the question was asked. He can answer it. Yeah, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. But yeah. What? Okay. Pablo says he knows why.
But we want to hear Shane Vicious tell us.
Now, I would love for Shane Vicious to explain. That. Why?
As for his other statement, I'm pulling up the numbers. As income goes up, black men are more likely to mate out. But we just told you what the numbers are.
Excuse me again.
Black men making $100,000 or more marry black women. ADOS black women. That's a fact. That's a fact. Why can't you just accept that fact and let it go? Why?
Well, as far as the well, hold on. We got Osama Abdul. Oh man, AM shows have been napalm off the meat rack, brother. With that being said, to you, somewhat of a set time and schedule for your new time slots.
No, I haven't. I'm kind of experimenting with things. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, and for the brothers in the chat room that are feeling uncomfortable, let it go and move on. You weren't telling Mr. Shane Vicious to let it go and move on. Why are you telling me? Is it because you agree with him? Is that the reason why? Silent Lamont says he says what he thinks he is saying is that of those who are likely to mate out, they tend to be high earners. Okay, but they're in the distinct minority. The overwhelming majority are black men who are high earners that marry black women. So so again, we keep coming back to the problem. Why is this such a problem? Why can't we accept that most black men, even those who are successful, want black women? Why is that bother so many of you? Why can't we accept that and move on?
Well, we accept that, and we accept that it's just a few people that have their reasons and motivations, and they like to talk shit, and it ain't they're
why though?
He can answer the question why, or he cannot answer the question why. But it's whatever. It's whatever on that. Like, my Shane Vicious doesn't rock the boat or run the ship or nothing. Holy shit, it's dropping. People selling like crazy, which I should have done.
Indigenous TV. Why can't I accept that there are a lot of black men who don't want black men? Because it's not true. That's why. It's not empirically true. That's why. I can empirically prove that it's successful black men. There are orders of magnitude more successful black men who want black women than you can prove the other way around. I can prove it. Those are just the facts. Let's move forward. If you don't want to do that, that's great. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. The market has chosen, fellas. Black men want black women. The end. Including the black man that owns this show right now.
Okay, look, let's Obsidian. You're going on some territory that we talked on before. I don't need you. Like it sounds okay. I'm just going to ask you the question because I don't want to assume what you're trying to do. So I'm asking.
Questions are always good.
Okay. Are you trying to run certain SYSBM brothers off of my platform?
No, what I'm asking them is a question.
Okay, they can answer the question, but the question doesn't. I'm
waiting for the answers.
Okay, and we can resume discussion while we wait for an answer.
Well, I mean, I'm waiting on you.
Are you waiting on me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is your show.
Yeah, it is. And I'm very distracted and almost to the point of distracted to the point of getting off the air looking at this AMC. But overall, let me ask you this question. Individuals like Mr. Shane Vicious, have you hid them from your show? Like blocked them?
I'd rather prefer to put it as self-selecting.
Okay. So yeah. And it is the case that I do understand that there are individuals like that Kevin Samuels probably 2 years ago start cleaning up his show with. He started getting rid of them. And I think you've done the same thing. And so that's cool. That's what y'all did, and that's it's worked out for Kevin. So hopefully it works out for you the same way, and so forth and so on. But as far as the manosphere, I think we're getting into a territory here when we're talking about what are Black men going to do in response to, well, not in response, but as far as Kevin Samuels blowing up. You think that the manosphere content needs to change. I think there are certain individuals in the manosphere who.
When did I say that?
Oh, I thought that was okay. Do you think that manosphere needs to change their content? The content in the manosphere needs to change by change I mean in terms of presentation and how it's executed.
I think the question that should be first is what does the Black manosphere want?
I think that's a channel. I think that these are questions for manosphere content creators. I think me, you, and 15 or so content creators need to get behind the scenes and have a meeting.
We're not going to do that because we already tried it. You know that.
Yeah, we did it once, and then whoever was supposed to schedule or set up another one and send out the links for it didn't do it.
And half the people that were supposed to show up to the first one never showed up.
And those are the people who are clearly voting that they okay with whatever they're doing. But those individuals who do want to do what you think should be done, those individuals can show up to the meeting, and everybody can talk it out, have their ideas on the table, and then go from there, and then see.
And yet, the people who don't show up have the most to say.
Well, it doesn't matter what they have to say if people are behind the if the group behind the scenes are plot planning and strategizing and then going out and executing. It doesn't matter though. Those individuals who don't show up are not in the group. Then
I agree. The problem is the people who did the strategizing and all the rest of it still keep giving a seat at the table to the people who don't show up and have so much to say.
Okay, that's okay. So you're saying that those that don't show up, that don't more or less for lack of a better way to explain it, get in line. Those that don't fall in line should be excommunicated from what's going on.
What I'm saying is that the lack of specificity is a breeding ground for all kinds of anarchy and chaos. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. But either way it go, I think this is a behind the scenes conversation. I mean, shout out to the 474 people in the building, but at the same time, I still feel like we're probably only talking to 10 people that might be listening.
Maybe. But if we're going to talk about Kevin Samuels and the breadth of his message, okay, what is the message? And who are we aiming it at? And who do we want to hear the message?
Black men and black women.
Okay. So if that's the argument, then what message do we want black women to hear and receive?
A lot of the stuff that the more intelligent and sensible among us have been saying.
Let's assume that percentage of black women is around 20-25%. Would that be fair?
What do you mean?
Well, 25% of black women have indicated that they're interested in a relationship. Just under 30% of black women at present are married. About 21 in 4 black women will marry in their lifetime. That's why I'm drawing these figures from.
Okay.
So would it be fair to say that around 25% of black women would be the kind of black women that would be receptive to the message?
Okay. Yeah, give or take roughly, but it could be more. They just need to be, as I like to say, inceptioned with good ideas versus the bad ideas they've been inceptioned with.
So then you're arguing against many in your own audience who say that you want it, that this is what they say about me, that you want to negotiate.
I think people use negotiate as a dirty word.
I agree.
You can negotiate, but you could be a hard ass stone facing negotiator who only going to budge on 3% of what you're willing to give on, but 97% of what you came in the door demanding and wanting and expecting. If you don't at least get that 97%, you then no deal. So there's nothing wrong with negotiating if you're a good negotiator. But I mean, if you're up there at 97%, then you're pretty. You can say you're not negotiating. Then you just, damn it, laying down the law at that point. But either way. Here's
the deal.
Okay.
A lot of guys in SYSBM, most men aren't going to SYSBM because most black men can't. Most black men can't.
You mean they can't travel, or they can't just date the white girl that live, within a 2-mile radius?
In some instances, one. In some instances, the other. In some instances, both. Here's the deal. The black people who can do better will.
Mm-hmm.
And the black people who can't do any better will make noise. That's the problem. And that's the reason why my show earlier this morning asked the question: what will happen to those left behind?
They'll continue doing what they're doing.
What does that look like?
Exactly what we're looking at it.
Okay, tell me, describe it to me.
Are you talking about online, or are you talking about in reality?
Both.
Okay, online, they will continue to frequent the channels that do the normal standard thing that these channels are doing, and they will enjoy the content and participate in the content in whatever way that they participate in the content, and that'll be that, and it'll just stay more or less flat where it's at. Those who figure out in real life, I mean, we know what's going on in the hood, so I shouldn't say the hood, but
okay,
I don't know. I mean,
well, okay, all right. So you have, I'm not going to use any names on your channel. We all know who we're talking about. So we have certain divestment channels, right? The premise is that black men have created a hell on earth, Blackistan, and that black women need to disconnect themselves and divest themselves from it. Okay, then 1 year goes by, 3 years go by, 7 years go by, 10 years go by, and they're saying the exact same thing with very little to show for it. Where's the evidence that these people have divested? Where is it?
There's little to no evidence that they've actually. I call them aspiring swirlers.
Okay. So there's one lady in particular. Whatever you may think of her personally, the fact remains that she looks fantastic, particularly given her age. She works very hard on her appearance. She works very hard to present a certain type of lifestyle. I got no problem with that. The problem I have is she has yet to show evidence of any of the people that listen to her doing the same. And she's been around on YouTube now for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we to make of that?
That she got a failed movement over there. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you already caught it. You said they want cheerleaders. They want just a big group of just patting on the back saying, "You go, girls. You're doing fine just where you at. You need that man." You know. Yeah, that's all it is.
Okay. So on the black male side, we have something similar, not exactly the same. Not the same in terms of longevity or scope or scale, but a similar sentiment that the majority, if not all, of black women are damaged goods, and we need to get out of here. We need to divest. Yet there are very few examples coming forward of them doing that. So, I mean, I hear a lot of noise on both sides, but I don't see any actual evidence that everything is moving.
Obsidian, just my take and my view, I think what you need to do if you haven't done it already is just gradually weed the problematic elements off of your platform, and then that will gradually create whatever atmosphere you want to create to make it more welcoming or palatable for the type of clientele that you want to have in, and then your platform will grow from there, and it will blossom and bloom and be all it could be. It's almost like I from put it like this: if Kevin Samuels executed a similar plan, I don't remember him talking about it. I just remember him doing it, and then we saw the results.
Yeah, now we want to claim him as one of our own.
Well, SYSBM isn't claiming him as one of their own.
But the SYSBM guys right here.
I don't think they're claiming him as one of their own.
So they don't think that Kevin is promoting a message that they want to see promoted.
Not if he's talking about getting black men and black women together. Even though they like his show for a different reason. When a black woman call in and say something ridiculous, they like, SYC. That's why you go with SYSBM. That's the only thing they're doing with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, a well executed strategy, it don't have to be. It's almost like it's like George Bush telling Osama Nim that you got 48 hours, or I'm coming and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Well, why you tell him? You just gave him 48 hours to go hide better. Now it's gonna take you 4 years to find him. You should have just went and did the shit. It's so.
But even if I did do what you suggested, still doesn't answer my question. What will happen to those who will be left behind?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think we can spend some time talking about how it looks, what it looks like. What does it look like when black men and black women can't get along, can't cooperate, have hate effing as their default setting of relating to each other? What does that look like? What does the common street in anywhere black America look like? What What does that look like? I mean, is this a place where Starbucks and Subarus are prevalent? What does it look like?
Black America, particularly the hood, it looks pretty damn bad.
Isn't that an outgrowth of the way that black men and black women don't get along?
Yes, and that's why that's the reason why I do want black men and black women to figure it out. That's why I am pro family. I do want more families. Like I always say, the underrated aspect of building are the people that you build. So we can talk all the stuff about economics and this or that or blah blah blah, but if it's black men, black women, as you say, meeting in the center to fuck, and then black men go there, black women go there, black women end up over there with the children, raising the children by themselves, and the children grow up all fucked up and repeat the process, then yeah, the black community gonna be what it is. And I don't want the black community to be what it is. And so yeah, more black families will fix the problem. For that reason, yes, I am very pro black family. But I believe in freedom, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and those individuals who don't want to be with a black person, they are more than free to do that. I'm sure you agree with that. But then there is an aspect of this where, okay, but when decent discussions are being had about that, why do they want to come and take a shit on the discussion? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. And Mr. Shane Bish, and there are people who wear the title of SYSBM or whatever that don't do that. But Mr. Shane Vicious is a conversation, is a discussion shitter owner.
Why?
So yeah.
I mean, it's interesting that he hasn't answered that question. He has so much to say any other time. Why doesn't he answer the question? Why do you have to do that? Why?
David Johnson in the building. Attention, brothers, while we have everybody on the ropes, now is not the time for the petty beefs and division. Those who don't want to and are not meant to go will weed themselves out, but stay the course. Absolutely. Thank you for the super chat, David Johnson. Appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody who's tuning in today. I barely told y'all to hit the like button at all. So make sure that y'all hit the like button while we in here. And I do apologize for being extremely distracted because I'm over here contemplating whether or not I should sell or hold. So I apologize for being distracted. So special thanks to Obsidian for coming up and carrying the show right now because my mind is going. So special thanks to Obsidian and special thanks to all 500 of you that are in the building. Hit the like button. All right.
But I don't think that I don't think that David is right. It's not just a quiet weeding out. If that were true, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. If everybody just kind of selected themselves out, there would be nothing to talk about. There's one side that has to shit on the other side. Why? 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 Why can't they just quietly, as David suggested, quietly weed themselves out, and that'd be that? The people that want to go SYSBM, they do that. The people that want to go MGTOW, they do that. The people that want to divest, they do that. The people that want to swirl, they do that. And the people that want black love will do that. Why can't everybody just do what they do, and that's that? Why? Why the need for certain groups of people want to come and shit on those that want the black love? Nobody's shitting on all these other groups.
Thank you, Pablo in the building. Go ahead, Pablo. You got the floor. You got the mic, and I'm
yeah.
Go ahead, Pablo.
So guys like myself and guys like Herbal Tea of the Passport Bros, we're not the problem, right? Because, and I think Obsidian hit it on the head when he said, and I was about to say this when I said I know why, and Obsidian hit it out the park. There's a contingent of black men who will not be able to do either. They will not be able to stick around and improve themselves or work it out with domestic black women, nor will they be able to do like myself and Herbal Tea and the Passport Bros and SYSBM and you know expand their field internationally or even domestically, because for economic and cultural and social reasons they won't be able to. So for them, the only thing left is to keep the chaos going, is to keep shitting on your living room floor. I don't come over here and talk about SYSBM every time I come over here, or Passport Bros. No, I talk about the topics y'all talking about. Number one, because they're interesting. Number two, because I want to see black men continue to have a voice and continue to have their say and have what they desire put out there. One of the reasons I had to go SYSBM is because before that, black men's desires weren't being heard or even discussed. Right? So now, if it makes it more acceptable for black men's desires to be heard and put on the front burner, I'm all for it. Not only am I all for it in word, but I think I put my money behind it too. And I've supported it financially with the gentlemen who run, both of the gentlemen on this panel and others. So, uh, the Pablo Fresca bars and the Herbal Teas of the world aren't the problem. It's the Shane Viciouses of the world, because they're not going to be able to adapt to either.
Why can't he just say that? Why can't he just say, you know what, I have a problem with adapting to modernity. I need help.
We're fabulous.
I mean, wasn't that the whole point of what Kevin was trying to do with black men for 3 years? And how did that end? How did it end? What did he get for 3 years of toil in the black manosphere for trying to help black men adapt to modernity? What did he get for it? What did he get for his trouble? What?
As a matter of fact, Obsidian, one of the biggest discussions going on right now in the black male travel community is, the exportation of black American ratchetness. And you know who's doing it? It ain't the women. Black men running down all over through Sasua, throwing up money in the strip club, making it rain like they in the strip club in a foreign country, coming down with all the jewelry and stuff hanging and shining in Colombia, making it dangerous for the rest of us to walk the streets because they think they're going to get robbed because they're out there being flashy and fly.
Pablo, way back when, I think it was like a year and a half ago, my boy Sigma Jones, he made a podcast where he stated that most cannot go SYSBM, and the reason why is because of mentality. And I know it's different for everybody. I'm not here to tell what somebody what their thing should be or whatnot. But from my own perspective, I just always thought it was this thing of, yeah, it's mainly about culture and principles. For me, all the other
Absolutely.
stuff is like within the space. Um, Now this is where some people will disagree with me with, and I agree with Obsidian with. For myself, in the space, the money. Sale. I mean, if we're not making money, it's like, what's the point? It's like, so, but that's just me. I mean, hey, I got family to feed, so.
Well, I was saying this about, Tommy, because earlier they were talking about uh, Obsidian and Bernard were talking about, you know, Tommy Sotomayor. Well, I was on here with Tommy and I questioned him. I said, okay, so what is exactly is your end game? What is your recompense? What is it that you would like in, you know, what is it you would like to see happen? And he responded. And I don't think anybody caught it. He basically said he wanted his market share back. He was going around, going from platform to platform, yelling at the top of his lungs to get more views, clicks, likes, and traffic to his channel. That's it. Had nothing to do with respect. Had nothing to do with him. He stole my talking points. He didn't say none of that. None of it. And nobody caught it. And once he answered me, I said, "Oh, okay, fine." That's it. I didn't have to ask him any more questions. I knew what he was doing. Had nothing to do with hating on Kevin and all that. No, it's business. And I explained to people he was involved in a hostile takeover.
You know what's interesting about all that is that one of the things that's directed at me is I'm sitting. You've been wanting to have conversations with black women for years. They don't want to talk to you because you ain't that guy. They want to talk to Kevin, and that's supposed to be meant as a kind of dig. But I just turned it back around. Then the ladies are admitting that I'm not their problem, right? Let's count the ways. Infidelity, ladies, I'm not your problem because I ain't that guy, right? Can't cheat on you if I'm not with you to begin with, right? How about being a deadbeat dad? Well, if I didn't create no babies with you, so how can I be a deadbeat dad for kids I didn't even create? Right? Black women not being protected. Why would you want a guy that you ain't checking for to protect you? Why? Why? See, for those who want who want to go that route, all they did is just painted themselves into a corner. Because all they're saying is that I'm not black women's problem, which is what I've been saying from day one. So I'm glad that these guys finally caught up with me 6 years after the fact. And a 450 plus page book later. Now I'm glad that we're all in agreement. Now we can have the conversation. All right, ladies. The real question is, how do you make the 20% of guys heal, come to heal? Answer, you don't. That's the price for you dealing with a high value man. You want that 20% of men above all others. It comes at a price. You know, just like the soul stone. In order to get the soul stone, you got to do what, fellas? Humor me. Of all the infinity stones, there's one that you must pay a price. It's called
somebody has to die.
Okay. So, ladies, you can have the topmost guys. What are you willing to give to get it?
The community.
See, that's where the conversations have to go now. There's a lot of meat on the bone. There's the notion that Kevin is kind of sucking the air out of the room. Bullshit. Kevin is just the beginning.
So where do you see the conversation going? Let's say a year from now. Oh,
Well, there's a number of different ways it can go, but assuming it goes in a more positive trajectory along lines of what we're doing right now.
and I didn't hear all of the point that you stated earlier, but since this is the title show with Roland Martin, what do you think about an individual like a Roland Martin who has primarily been focused in on politics and saying that racism is the major problem within Black society, jumping in on these topics now?
I think that's inevitable. The single biggest problem facing Black America isn't racism. This is what Roland Martin really has to confront. Roland Martin isn't confronting Kevin so much as he's confronting himself in the form of what he staked his whole business model on. His business model is predicated on an obsolete paradigm. That is to say that racism is the single biggest problem facing Black Americans. Kevin's success says otherwise. Kevin's success says there are other problems outside of the old civil rights paradigm that are prescient and that are acute for Black American life today. Chief of which being the sober reality that Black men and Black women don't get along.
Well, you know that they're kind of like Roland Martin almost serves as, I would say, an avatar, because there are many men within the manosphere and its, I would say, associated spaces that are race men that believe that racism is the chief problem facing Black men today.
Well, Obsidian, if I may, can I add to the part that Black men and Black women don't get along? That is absolutely true. But in addition to that, and if I may share a story, Black men do not trust each other enough to work together.
I think that's part of it. I don't think that's all of it.
I was involved in with some college buddies of mine in a investment group, and we were supposed to meet, and everybody had an assignment. I was ready with my assignment. We were going to have a Zoom meeting, and I had a whole PowerPoint presentation. And I was out of the country at the time, but I still managed to make the Zoom meeting. I had my PowerPoint presentation ready, and this and that. And you know what happened? Some Negroes came in just like Shane Vicious and blew up the meeting because they weren't prepared. They didn't have what they were supposed to have on what they were supposed to research. And we had the one meeting, and guess what happened after that? No more meetings. Nothing happened. Just like you in the manosphere. When you guys try to have a meeting behind the scenes and do stuff together and work together, same shit happened. Same shit. Some came prepared and ready to work. Others came ready to find a reason not to work together. Not to work together. All the reasons it couldn't work. All the excuses. All of the problems. They couldn't see past their nose despite their face. That is a problem Black men got a problem with. That ain't the women. If you could work together, you could get their asses in line. But I see painful evidence that that is not happening.
I think the lack of trust is a factor. But I think another big problem is that a lot of we don't have the skills and whatnot. We don't have relationship skills. We don't have conversation skills, social skills, conflict resolution skills, problem solving skills, negotiation skills, and it shows. And this is a big reason why there are going to be a lot of black folks left behind. Because we don't value those things in black American life. We don't. It's fundamentally out of step with a 21st century world. So that's what we'll have. We'll have a society severely bifurcated where a very small percentage of them, and we'll say somewhere around 20%, thereabout, will have what it takes to get along in a 21st century world. And then we'll have a much larger segment of black American society that don't.
You know, there's a question. I've heard this many occasions, but I think if you want to address it, Zero has a question where he says, "How do you get people in line that have more legal power than you?" What are your thoughts?
That's an ill-put question. The question is, why can't Zero get along with just one black woman? Just one. That's the question. I mean, he was able to make a child with a black woman. Why couldn't he get along with one? Just one. Why? I mean, is that not hate fucking in evidence? Is that not so? I get the idea that black women can't be gotten along with. They were gotten along with long enough for you to make a child. This is the same thing that Kevin says to the ladies over on the other side. You were able to make a baby with the man. How come you can't work anything out with him? Why? Why?
Well, it's going to make for some interesting conversations. I need some popcorn.
If you want to say to me that my question is invalid because of who's asking the question, okay, then you're agreeing that I'm not part of the problem. By definition, which I've been saying all along. My position is very simple. Black men and black women can't get along. It doesn't have anything to do with legal power. Nothing. Why can't you get along with just one black woman when you can make children with one? Why? That goes back to my hate effing thesis.
Okay, just to play devil's advocate, because you know Zero's not up here. What happened if
I hope Bernard comes back. I would love for him and Mr. Shane Vicious and others to ask the question, answer the question.
Well, what happened if she changed?
She could have changed. There's everything in life is nothing in life is static. People change. I agree, but that still doesn't answer my question. Now, does it?
Well, I mean, I think that the question was more general when he stated the whole idea about the legal powers. I think he was referring to black men and black women as a group, where you have a group that has more legal power than the other one at this point.
Mm-hmm. So how do you explain the black men and black women that managed to stay together? Is it because the guys are just doormats? Is that what we're saying?
It could be that they're they're the anomaly though.
Are
the
they?
far majority do not get along.
Okay.
So when you look at the majority, then Zero's point would make sense when you say that you have one that has more legal authority than the other, and that could play a part into why there's this divide.
Legal authority to do what exactly? Let's drill down on that. Legal authority to do what? Because we have a man right here, right now, Bernard Riley, who, you know, the legal authority didn't stop him from getting custody of his child. Now, did it?
But then again, he's an anomaly though.
Well, then the question should be, well, what did you do, Bernard, to do that? So legal authority to do what exactly?
Okay. Well, I think what the argument would be, and I'm not fully qualified to state it all, but from what I've understood, the things that Bernard had to do far outweighed what the counterpart, what black women have to do to retain access to their children. He had to do, her Herculean task in order to have what he has, whereas the others, it's just like a given.
Okay. So you're telling me that Zero didn't want to work that hard?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm looking at it from just a general perspective.
All right, so
because I thought that the question that he posed was more general.
So I'm asking you. Bernard had to deal with a divorce. I don't think Zero was ever dealing with a divorce. So Zero didn't want to work that hard.
Well, I'm not putting it on a personal scale of these two individuals.
Why not?
Because I thought that the question was more general than personal.
Well, we're talking about a person right now, Bernard, who's been very candid about his personal life.
But you brought up Bernard.
I did. And you brought up Zero's question. And you asked,
which was general.
And he asked about legal power. Power to do what? Exactly. What power? Power to do what?
Well, there's many cases where
Zero needs to be clear. Power to do what? Zero needs to be specific. Power to do what? Exactly. And if I'm not the right person to speak on this, then Supreme King Kun and Pablo can, because they have kids and they're married.
But I know for myself, Pablo too, we're outside of that dynamic because, it's like you got to have an ADOS woman with the right color and as I say, it's the right nose and the whole nine.
Got it. So you got to be married with kids in order to speak on people who are not married but have kids. Got it.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. I was just arguing for the whole point of the generalized state of the question, that is black women having more legal authority
to do what
than black men.
To do what? Legal authority to do what?
When it comes to children, when it comes to
I didn't say what area. I said to do what?
Oh man.
Do you
to
see
have access to have access to your children?
Do you see how ill-defined all this is?
Well, these are not my arguments. the people that are in the chat, they may know the argument much better than I, because they lived it.
And the fact that you can't easily articulate them makes my point. You laughed yourself. You know it's ridiculous. It's not that. Yo, man, a lot of guys suck when it comes to dealing with other people. That's the truth. They suck at it. And instead of just simply saying, listen, man, I need to work on my social skills, they make up all this bullshit. Stop it. You suck. And instead of working to improve your social skills, you keep making fucking excuses.
Okay. But some people are good at having relationships within Black society. But because there are so many individuals that have inept abilities in socializing, is that their fault?
Yes. As a grown adult, if you have poor EQ, if you have poor social skill, yes, it is your fault. Yes. If you are not able to get along with other people, reach consensus with other people, build with other people, cooperate with other people, problem solve with other people, conflict resolve with other people, yes, it is your fault.
All right. Just to be honest, I have no idea what happened when I was away. I was upstairs. I was on a different floor of the house looking at the AMC money, and I saw somebody said Bernard in the show. Run free, Obsidian. Bernard is gone. Bernard in the show. People are. So I don't know what was going on here. Please don't hold me responsible for whatever Obsidian said. But let me turn. Hold on. All right. So right now I'm about to actually end the show. Thank you everybody who contributed in any way, shape, or form. I have no idea.
You do realize you got upwards of 500 people watching right now, right?
Yeah, I do realize I've ended it on with more people watching. I take it. So you want to keep the party rolling?
Yeah, I have a couple of
questions.
questions.
We're having a hell of a conversation.
Okay, well, fine. You know what? All right. Well, hold on. I'll drop the link. I don't know if you want anybody else to come on up.
We have some simple questions on the floor. We're not talking about legal power, the system, gynocracy. We're talking about Roland Martin hating on Kevin Samuels. Roland Martin threatened to start his own dating show. We welcome it, Roland Martin. We welcome it because job one in Black America is the sobering reality that Black male and Black female can't get along. Not racism, not laws, not legacy of slavery, what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma a century ago, reparations, Black Lives Matter. No, Black men and Black women can't get along. So yes, we welcome your help, Roland Martin. Get involved.
All right. Well, before I step down once again, I do want to take the time and see if there was any super chats, and I did drop the link, so y'all can take the link. Okay, the people who super chatted when I was away. Ron Juan Franco says, "Real Black love never existed in America." Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. 205 Wills with a $5 super chat says, "In the words of the great Nuruddin, the Z's, they're leaving, ladies and gentlemen. Hold the line. F the hedgies." Okay. Snuggles in the building says, "Can you all explain the nature of the Black culture in America, if you don't mind me asking?" I think Obsidian has been doing that quite well thus far, so your question probably was answered. We got Route 5 in Motive. I think I said that right. How would a bifurcation of the Black community be different than it is with the white community? Maybe it's a natural evolution. And Perfect Blackness with a $2 super chat says, "Link, please." And also, I don't think anybody came through on the Cash App end. Let me check that real quick because I do be forgetting Cash Appers. D-Rock Dan came through as usual with a $5 Cash App. So thank you for everybody who supported the show in any way, shape, or form that you've supported. I appreciate each and every one of you. And you guys can carry on with this conversation. Obsidian, it is something that well, something off the air I want to talk. I want to ask you about. But so that's it's an off the air thing. But y'all can carry on. Jason Johnson in the building. 8304 says some men let their I think you mean egos get the best of them to where they cannot compromise. Cannot compromise sharing the children without child support being involved.
There's a young lady in the chat room that made a statement, and I'm trying to find it. Janelle S. Janelle S. is the cousin of C Boogie. She says, this whole space was created for people who suck at social skills. Duh. But couldn't we say the same thing about the divestors? Couldn't we say the same thing about Iyanla Fix My Life? You think those people got great social skills? Couldn't we say the same thing about the black love industry, where black women deliberately keep choosing the very men that they're complaining about? Why single out the black manosphere? I'm not saying that you're wrong, but why single them out?
So I have a question then, and maybe Bernard could help with this one. There was, for a while, there was this a duality of concepts. You said there was these people saying racism is the biggest problem in Black America and so forth. Okay, I think that you've decidedly killed that conversation with the whole idea that the relationship issue between Black and men, that's a bigger fish to fry than racism. But there are also people that state that feminism is one of the biggest issues. Where would you all rate that?
I would say
some hold that as number one.
I would
for
say
all
that,
men.
Yeah. I would say that, and I'm restricting. See, black people have a very tricky way of doing things. We got a really tricky way of doing it. See, when black folks are doing something that's laudable, we don't want nobody else sharing in that success. We even have a word for it. It's called cultural appropriation. But see, when it's something unflattering about black folk, now we got to get everybody getting. Now all of a sudden we understood what Captain America was talking about then. Avengers assemble, so we can so everybody can share in this fuckery. Because we don't want to stand in the Avengers assemble now. They understand it now. Oh yeah, they're like the first Avenger now. When it's something unflattering about Black America. No, I want you to stand in it alone. Own it. By yourself. Yeah, Black America's fucked up. Fucked up.
Well, to answer SKC's question, I don't think that you can just say it's feminism that's the problem, because the individual has to embrace the feminist ideals in order. For example, I'll use this as an example. The woman that was on Kevin Samuels' show who said her mom just was like, no, don't worry about getting married. I mean, when you're 33, 34, maybe. But then also told her that, hey, ain't nothing wrong with, being a single mom. You can get pregnant. I think it's true that without feminism, people won't have those ideals. But I don't think you could just blame feminism. The person has to accept that bullshit and then inject their children with it. So
yeah, I want to answer the question about feminism.
So we can deal with that. We can deal with the ideals, but at the end of the day, it's the human beings that are making choices. So at the end of the day, it does come back to personal responsibility. Yeah. And it's not just as simple as just flat out just blaming, oh, it's feminism. Oh, is it? I don't like to talk about feminism as if it's some disembodied force that's just hammering down on us and people can't do nothing about it. Then feminism turns into, another brand of white supremacy. They're stopping us from doing what we need to do. So no, exactly. I'm with you. I'm with you on that part of it, Obsidian.
Exactly. I'm just posing the question. I want to hear both sides of the argument.
Yeah. So let's hear this side of the argument that doesn't get the light of day. I don't buy it. Here's what I think happened. Based on empirical data, including Moynihan's scissors. There were black women who never wanted to do what respectable white women did. They never wanted to do that. Is to say, adjust and assimilate into a Western American Christian patriarchal model. They never wanted to do it. Zora Neale Hurston talked about it. They just didn't have the ability not to do it until the 60s came along. I'm okay with that. I don't believe in trying to force, Shonda Rhimes into herding her into the kitchen. I'm good with it, but see, here's the problem. Shonda Rhimes has got enough money to do what she want to do. The vast majority of black women don't.
So are you saying that feminism played no major role in how black society is shaped today?
No. I think we oversell it. I think we oversell it. For the same reasons that we oversell Walter Cronkite and Chuck Koppel having something to do with the way we act.
Mm-hmm.
No, we always want to be like that. We just didn't have the opportunities to do so until the opportunities presented themselves. I think feminism played a much smaller role in the way of things than we want to admit. Now, that's not to say that it didn't play any, that it has no role. I'm just saying I don't think it's as big as we like to make it out to be.
Well, some will stay, and I'm just repeating some of the thoughts that I've heard. I don't, I'm just trying to keep this going in a certain way, because I wish someone that held that thought and knew all of the history would come up and present the argument. But some have stated that you go all the way back to the days of, like Benjamin Franklin, or even to the UK, and you can see some trends in feminism that started the decay of society and patriarchy. So,
such as,
well, you would have to ask them. They've presented several points, but it seems as though it did play some type of it did have some type of inroads with modern day patriarchy.
Well, okay, give me a concrete example.
Take voting. Take the bachelor tax back in the day.
Bachelor tax was outlawed.
But even the thought of bringing it up.
And a matter of fact, it was brought up. The bachelor taxes have existed in one form or another since Roman times. Where was the feminism then?
Real quick, while you think on that question, SKC, Ty City in the building, Super Teddy says, whatever happens to you after you trust a woman is your fault.
I agree.
Consistently saying that for
quite
some time now.
He's right.
Mr. Shane Vish is back in the building, says black women influenced feminism more than the opposite. Dun, dun, dun.
Citations needed.
Yeah, I've heard that argument as well.
But citations needed. But hold it. Just because somebody asserts something doesn't mean that it's a legitimate assertion. Citations needed.
I think SKC was about to refute the assertion. Go ahead, SKC.
Well, yeah, I think it's like what was it called? The Combham B River Collective or something like that. So you had groups like that transformed and morphed feminism into a black feminist perspective. And even when I remember talking to or communicating with Fountain Jr. about how you had black feminists in the late 70s and early 80s that fought against other black male writers to even be published. That's on Tony Brown's journal, when that conversation between Miss Smith and I can't think of his name, Ishmael Reed. So it was apparent then, when you start taking some intellectual value away from black men and not having their voices put in publications in print. That has to play some role in what we have today.
What it proves, using your example, what it proves is that black men at the time did not have the means to effectively confront, combat, and defeat black feminists who were ensconced in the academy and in publishing and in media to squelch their voices. Since then, things have demonstrably changed. Right now, we have no black feminists willing to go mano a mano with Kevin Samuels. And I've been waiting for this. And none have. I published a 450 plus page book. Nobody can stop me. I have a slate of books on the docket, 4 of which I'm working on at present. One of them devoted specifically to black women.
Now, here's my question to you on that, Obsidian. At this point, even as monumental as Kevin Samuel is at this point on YouTube and whatnot, why should black feminists, like take for instance, like a Barbara Smith, why would they ever want to do that or be pushed to do that when they have individuals within the ivory tower preaching their words? The stuff that they printed in the 70s is gospel in the ivory tower right now.
So the question is, why should they want to do what now?
Why would they want to have a conversation with Kevin Samuel?
I agree.
Their stuff is within the annals of education.
I agree. I wouldn't want to go mano a mano with him either. He's an excellent debater and superlative at the art of Socratic questioning. Most black feminists have never had legitimate debate and had their ideas questioned and tested and interrogated in the light of day. So yeah, they run to their intellectual ghettos where they make their pablum puke and it never gets tested. This is a major point that Professor Tia San Johnson and Professor Tommy Curry and Professor Ron Neal talk about, and they're right. So yeah, our Barbara Smith, Feminista Jones, Brittany Cooper, etc. et al. The one last person I would never want to go mano a mano with on an IG live is Kevin Samuels.
Right. But I would say one of the problems with it, and I'm arguing the feminist perspective thought for the guys. The purpose of even having that conversation would be, to prove themselves right or whatnot, but they don't have to do that because they're already in a power position.
I agree.
Where they're influencing children.
I agree. And then those children come across Kevin Samuels and they find out the truth and then they switch over.
That's a key point right there. That's a point that a lot of people are too short-sighted to even understand when they try to say, these women ain't going to change. They're going to listen and then go and do the same thing. But when you have a platform that big, you can inception the next generation. So that's what a lot of people not realizing when a platform that big is saying the ideas and the things that Kevin Samuels is saying. So that's a good point.
But isn't that more or less like, take for instance, you, Bernard, you've been in a factory. That's quality control after the fact, after the product has already reached its mature state. It's not
new products are being produced. That's what I'm saying.
How? If the product has already got you, because you take for instance, like and I'm just guessing, maybe the individuals that are listening to Kevin Samuels, I'm gonna say, let's say 17 and up. But that's 17 years of indoctrination first. You're doing the quality control after the fact.
Right. And I voted for Hillary. And I still want to shoot myself for it. So I'm saying that to say that people can be inceptioned with bad ideas and they can be inceptioned later with good ideas. But that's why I did put an emphasis on influencing future generations. That's a factor in the equation. People can. It's good that good ideas are being put out there.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's bad.
I have no doubt that I always use the Steven Crowder change my mind example.
Yeah,
where I compare it. He's doing. He's debating people that he's just intellectually he's on a different level, and just in terms of just research. I mean, he talks about this stuff for a living, so clearly he knows more about more. He has more information than the person that he's debating against.
Yeah.
But the moral of the story is that the person who's in the chair debating with him
is just an avatar.
Is arguing points that in a way that the average person believes. And then the average
Correct.
person is seeing that person who's another average person like me, who's saying the exact same thing that I would have said. They're seeing them being eviscerated and they're walking away saying, wow, I've been sold a bill of goods on some of this stuff and I need to re-examine it. Now, so that's the power of having such a huge media platform. And that can't be underestimated. Now,
Yeah,
if we're
no,
talking about
nobody's
some woman
underestimating.
just who just got her heels dug deep into her fuckery, then okay, then of course, I'm not saying go and save some completely out of pocket ratchet chick, but I'm just saying on a media platform that big is putting out better ideas, and the better ideas have a larger, bigger bullhorn with more reach than the bad ideas. There will be a percentage, there will be a fluctuation going forward with people who will have information, who will have the ideas, who will conduct themselves differently going forward. There will be a bump somewhere. I
Yeah,
mean
let me know when
that
I can
much is
jump in.
that much is hard to deny. I mean, if we deny that, then we need to step back and say that media has no influence
Yeah,
on
well,
people.
but the
If
point isn't about denying it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I'm not saying that it's not doing, some a positive for some people. I'm not saying any of that. The original idea is black men, black women being able to communicate with one another and to get along and to function as a cohesive unit being the number one problem in Black America versus feminism. And by your description, you're telling me that by the things that Kevin Samuel is doing, that it is attacking both, but at the same time, getting individuals from an indoctrinated state, from out the womb to 17 and growing up under a mindset of default feminism, then I don't know. Some people would have to argue, like, man, maybe that is the
when
more.
your platform, what you're not realizing, when your platform is that big, you become the indoctrinator. He so it's not a matter of saying, hey, they're indoctrinated with these ideas. There's nothing that can be. When your platform is that big, you're stirring the pot. That goes back to the point that I said when I was talking about it. Don't matter who said it first, it don't matter who said it best, it matters that it's being said on a platform that big.
Right,
That's
right.
what matters.
So which one is the bigger problem? That was the question at first. Feminism or black men and black women not being able to get along with each other?
Well, it's black men and black women not being able to get along with each other, and then we can discuss how much bad feminist ideals are causing some of those problems. But at the end of the day, it's black men and black women not getting along with each other.
Okay. Yeah, I just like to hear both sides of that argument from the people that hold the ideals to the feminism, because
All
they
right,
add a lot of things that have to do with history.
all
But
right,
yeah,
you got it, Ed.
The problem is just like how when people talk about matriarchy versus gynocracy, it's the same thing with feminism. People are used to feminism, so they latch on to that terminology. But what we deal with in the black community is unique. And this is what I keep saying. It is unique. Every other group deals with feminism. And yeah, the brand is feminism. But there's a reason why black women talk about things like intersectionality, and you don't hear really other groups talk about that. Now, even though all groups are not necessarily white, because a lot of what we're dealing with really does predate feminism. It really does. And BGS talks about this all the time. So when you're looking at it from a feminism standpoint, you're really looking at it from a top down standpoint. You're kind of looking at it from like how a white person would look at it, where feminism is women gaining power. Women are gaining, quote unquote, as Pablo said with Tommy, market share. And there's an adverse reaction to that from other groups of men, whether it's in the United States, outside the United States. It takes on different flavors, depend on the laws and the culture, whatever. That's not what we're dealing with in the United States. Women didn't gain power on us. They always had it. And when I say always had it, people can disagree with the gynocracy shit. The reality is black men have never been able to lay down the law on black women like other groups could. Black, even within the things that we have the ability to do as black men, you've never really seen black men really do. You know how the Spartans they did that phalanx system where they would create the collective shield. Black men don't do that against black women like that compared to what other groups typically do, and that's a choice. And it's because we've never really had the mentality to completely like basically say it's our rules, our way, or the highway because we know what's best. We've never done that in the United States. Like overall, you may show pockets like right after slavery, but even then it was more so you had, you know, Jim Crow and all that stuff. So women had a survivalist interest to listen to what we had to say back then. So when people look at it from a feminist standpoint, what they're looking at is pretty much how every other group looks at it, as in women basically gaining power versus our women never had that problem, like amongst black men. So black men have always been, to a lot of black women, a necessary evil. Like, you know, and they only deal with black men typically at the minimum to which they need them. And as soon as they stop needing them, well, you get what you get now, which is why in the modern era you see what you see. But there's plenty of books that has been, you know, BGS has referenced them, pick a decade, and there's a book written by it, not only by black men, but by black women. It talks about these things. So even though black women back in the day may have called themselves black feminists, the things that motivated white women are not the same things that motivated black women. It's just like if you talk about the LGBT, there's a difference between being bisexual and being a lesbian. There's a difference between being gay and being trans. Now they all lump it under LGBTQ whatever, but at the same time, those things are different. And they have different motivations, and they have, even though they may come to a similar thing as of right now, it's the same thing with that, with white women, black women. It's just black women have this anyway. That's what I'm gonna say. So it predates it. So what we deal with is a lot worse than feminism. This is why when people try to make it sound like, well, what we deal with is a misunderstanding, or it's something that you can intellectualize out of. Yeah, you'll get some people that's gonna see reason. But Bernard, the mistake you make is you assume people process information and think like you. You assume that your mind is always open to be changed. Versus there's a lot of black people, both black men and black women, where their mind is not open to that because they don't think. They use their emotions to drive what their shit is. And you have the thing where in today's culture, women are incentivized to do what they do. Black women are incentivized to be single, but the society incentivizes all of that.
When you say people don't use their brains to think, they use their emotions. Again, a platform that big as Kevin Samuels, you don't think he's hitting people at an emotional level? You don't think when
compared to what you need? Compared to, like, come on, man. That's like you talking about AMC stock going up, but you think that's going to affect the entire stock market. Yes, Kevin is a big step in the right direction. Okay. But make no mistake, yeah, you can make an argument for maybe the younger generation, and that's a big if, because disease don't give a fuck, you know? So they don't.
How do you know?
Well, first of all, statistics are, you got a couple of things going on. Number one, the fourth industrial complex, which is already disincentivizing marriage across races. Damn black people, you look at everywhere, and you can look at that globally. Hell, there was a CNBC article that was talking about that as far as women being the rising group of big spenders, single women, and they weren't even talking about black women. So that stuff is going up. Number one. Number two, hold on. Number two, you see it in the statistics. You acknowledged that shit with Fantastic a while ago when you said that marriage, if you take out the boomers, marriage is completely dropped. So I'm not even talking about people getting married to black people. I'm just talking about marriage in general.
But I'm talking about black people. This show is talking about black people.
Okay, anybody. Okay, so hold on. So if anybody's gonna say, so are you saying? Let me get this clear. Are you saying that you believe that black people are going to go against the greater trends and marriage is going to go up with black people versus marriage is showing it's going to go down with everybody else?
I don't see why not. Black people have gone against all kinds of trends.
You don't. So what stats do you have to show that? Because there is nothing out there that shows that.
I can give you sure. I can give you one right now. Out of wedlock births. Even right now, as the rest of the country has caught up with Black Americans who've always led the country in out of wedlock births, we still, right now, still lead the country in out of wedlock births by orders of magnitude of a margin. That's one example right there. QED. Now let's go back to your point.
Out of wedlock birth. So you're saying black people are still fucking each other?
Unless you're talking about the Kryptonian method.
Well, I was talking about marriage.
Well, you asked me.
Yes.
You asked.
I was talking about marriage. Everything I said was in context of marriage.
A gentleman on the panel, did you hear the same thing that I heard? Or did I misinterpret Edward's question?
Anybody can answer because I don't know.
I thought we were talking about black families, not just niggas fucking each other.
I heard Edward ask the question, well, when have Black Americans gone against the trend at any time in American life? And my response was, out of wedlock births is just one example among it.
And I said multiple times marriage before that.
Okay, all right, so you want to talk about marriage? Black people were married more than white people for most of the 20th century.
Well, we're talking about like, okay.
You asked me a question, Edward. I gave you two examples.
Well, we were also talking in context of disease too. I gave
you
but okay.
You asked me a question. I answered your question twice.
This was in context to disease too, but okay. Whatever.
And my question with regard to disease was, you mentioned fourth industrial revolution. Is that only applicable to Generation Z, or is that applicable to X, to boomers, to millennials too?
Well, they're already cemented. So I would say Z's and millennials, yes. But really, it does. Like, let's keep it real. When it comes to Xers and up, what they do is irrelevant for the most part because they're already past their child rearing years. So we're talking about. So if you talk about the future, you're talking about the current dating market.
I'm not past child rearing years. Alan Roger Curry ain't past child rearing.
Oh my God, you know what I'm talking about as the average. Like, come on, man. Are we really gonna say that?
Yes, we are. Now, if you want to talk about,
so you're really saying that Xers statistically are gonna have enough children to really affect as a group. Fuck black people, any race that's gonna affect what's going forward. Like, actually, that trend line is still growing.
Actually, they have more kids than Z's do. Okay. See what happens when you don't really sit down and study this sort of thing, Edward?
No, the problem is I'm not here to argue with you. It's not that I can't. Hold on. At the end of so here's the thing, Obsidian. Understand. You can debate your way either way, which way. That's fine. You want to be right. You want to be right. Be right. But the reality of the situation doesn't change because you try to word it whatever angle you want to angle.
No. I mean,
like what you no. This is. I want to bring this back to what you're essentially saying. What you're essentially saying is that you actually believe that black people are going to go against the trends of all of the things, some of the stuff SKC has brought up, there's other things that haven't brought up. And you believe that going forward, it's a possibility they could completely go against those trends. That is what you were saying. Now, if you want to believe that, that's cool. But there is overwhelming evidence to the contrary of that. Now, if you talk about like pockets of black people, all right, maybe I'm willing to give you that. But if you're talking about black people in any kind of like 50% or plus or anything like that, all right, man.
When did
I mean, you can say what you want to say. It is what it is, but
I asked
whatever.
The panel, when did I make the statements that Edward just asserted? Anyone? I thought I made no such statement. This is the reason why I'm asking the gentleman on the panel. Maybe I made those statements and wasn't aware of it. Please point it out to me.
I'm sorry, I was in and out in between work, but Between you two, Edward, are you on the side of the thought that feminism is the bigger problem for Black America, or are you
No,
on the
no, hell
side of,
no. No,
or
hell
are
no.
you?
The issue is black men want to be with black women more than black women really want to be with black men. That's the issue. I've never been one. I've never been one that's really debated that, well, black men don't really want to be with black women. The
Oh,
issue
so
is, and
so
this is
so
where
you're
certain
putting.
people are really coming to, that really black women don't really want, black women are willing to be with black men under 100% their terms. And anything else, they prefer to have kids and do their own bullshit for the most part, unless they need a man for his resources and his debt.
So that seems like a just a
Traditionally,
that seems
huh?
like a that seems like just a variant of what Obsidian's point was, is that black men and black women cannot get along to form cohesive family units. Like that is the
Yeah, you could argue that. My variant is, hold on, my variant is black men don't really have a problem giving concessions to black women. The problem is black women don't feel like they need to give concessions to black men. And until that changes, nothing else going to change. Now, you got a lot of dudes that pretty much they're going to go, and I'll admit this is an extreme route, but they'll go a variation of the boys rocking controls and just do it just to do it, because that's how bad they want to be with it. That's their choice. And that's why I've told people on my channel multiple times, stop getting so animated about niggas wanting to get married. That's their right as men to do that. If
so
anything, give them the information that they need in order to if you feel like you have to say something, because me personally, I don't feel that's what they want to do. They got the information, they choose to do it, that's fine. But
so
yeah, but like,
essentially you agree with Obsidian that the relationship issues between black men and black women is the number one problem in Black America.
yes, because the thing about it
Okay.
is feminism. This is what you have to understand about feminism. When dudes try to blame feminism, what you are essentially saying is you're taking the agency out of black women. Remember, black women are more educated than black men. So that now you can also turn that into indoctrinated. But the reality is people like to give an excuse for why black women do what they do. So they use feminism as this convenient out to say, oh, well, they were manipulated. Well, everybody's under feminism. So why is it that our shit is so much more reversed? Like completely, even into the situations we deal with. So no, feminism is an out, and I don't believe that. I believe that that's a small part of it. I think feminism is something that they have adopted. As kind of like how when people adopt black love to basically cover up real motivations, feminism is a way of women in general, but black women in particular, to play victimhood and therefore get resources by playing victim, the constant victim. All
Well,
women
well,
do it, but
well,
black women do it particularly well. This is
Ed,
this is where lying on us come into play.
Well, Ed, the other argument on the other side, from my little tiny brain perspective, is that feminism has affected patriarchal values in the West, basically.
You make it
And
well. We're talking about black people. You make it sound
and
like black people have those values to start with. But go ahead.
but the argument is that has a overreaching effect beyond Black America, and Black America just is so, I would say, in I'm paraphrasing, it's so entrenched in its little ways or whatnot that it doesn't see the bigger picture.
I mean, but that's not feminism's problem. That's just something that they adopt. Feminism is like a trend. And even the women that you mentioned back in the day, a lot of what drives them was again, feminism was something politically they could get on it. But a lot of the books and stuff, a lot of that what drives that is not necessarily feminism. I think people grew up in that, so that's what they call it.
But one of the arguments, Ed, is that you can't have agency if you do not have access to legal powers. And feminism
What do you mean
changed.
access to legal powers?
Feminism has changed laws.
Well, I mean, why is it that we deal with the shit we deal with then? You know, take white people off of it versus other groups like Hispanics and stuff that they're not perfect, but like for perfect example, you got Hispanics that's been here damn near as long as we've been here. And you could have a motherfucker working in McDonald's doing low level construction, and the way and technically Hispanic men make less than us generally, and got you know, but they don't have a problem getting compliance from their woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's deeper than just feminism. Look, I'm not against solving the problem, but you have to properly identify it in order to solve it. And just calling it feminism.
I have the answer. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
It's called freedom. Black people have only been free for about 55 years. And we're still grappling with what it means to be free.
You've said that many. You've said that many times, Obsidian. But if I may add, earlier before Bernard, you know, when Bernard was away, and I wanted to bring this point home. You need the SYSBM passport bros. You need us. And here's the reason why. If you want to enter into a conversation or negotiations with ADOS American black women, you need an option or a hammer, or you need both the carrot and the stick. See, the stick is SKC, Pablo, Herbal Tea. The carrot is Kevin Samuels, Bernard Riley. See? So in order to enter into negotiations, there has to be a possibility of walking away from the table.
And what law made that possible for us?
Loving Virginia.
That's right. With the irony of the obvious irony being that the law featured a case where the woman was black and the man was white. But today, I mean, the other side freely admits it's black men who make use of that law a far sight more than black women do. Isn't that true?
Yeah. So in order for that piece of your negotiation to work, SYSBM and the passport bros got to be in the conversation. Got to be in the conversation. Otherwise, you got
not
no
really. I understand what you're saying, Pablo, and I've said that as well. As far as a credible threat, but here's the reality situation: what is stopping black men from just marrying black women? What's stopping them? Is the manosphere stopping black men from getting with black women?
Well, some would say, Ed, that feminism and its power has a lot to do with that.
But they're not doing it because it's a bad deal right now. It's a bad deal.
Okay, so what does the man? Hold on, this is what I want to understand. What does the manosphere have to do with that shit with being a bad deal? Because see, what I've been hearing is that, well, really, the problem is if the manosphere is like this impediment of black people coming together. Like that's what I've been hearing. Like there's I don't like people like Shane Vicious. People like Shane Vicious. I don't get the jokers. They don't matter. If a black man, like shout out to Gabe A and them, if they want to get with black women and marry them, dudes like that are not stopping them. I'll throw Ramil in there too. And I'll even bring up Angry Man because I remember when he talked about being in long-term relationships with women, which is not necessarily getting married. Any deal that you want to make with black women, whether it's you being, and I'm not even trying to say that's like, we'll throw it on the table. Being the stepfather shit slowed down way before the manosphere was really created. The manosphere is not what actually distilled that. That was people seeing what Pablo said. It wasn't a deal. It wasn't being edified like it really should be, and people made a decision. Same thing with what I see with these Z's, where they don't really look to the manosphere. They're seeing what they're seeing as they see it and making a different decision versus millennials and Xers are more socialized to actually talk to our women. So my thing is, you're going to have people like SYSBM and other people that's going to say things, and some of them will be more rowdy than others. But at the end of the day, what I see is the problem, and this is where it comes into in this space. Now, there's other motivations too, but I'll say this. Why are you looking for, I'm talking about this in general in the audience. Why in the fuck, and this is true for SYSBM too, because this explains a lot of the rowdiness, even though Shane Vicious didn't answer it. Why in the fuck are you looking for somebody to validate what you want to do? If you want to get with black women, get with them. You know, I date ADOS black women. My brothers date ADOS black women. My brothers dated other women. Till you know, so it you can do, like, dudes need to stop looking for other dudes to validate what they want to do. I'm talking about this from an audience standpoint, not a content creator standpoint, because a lot of the bullshit, because I've gotten kicked back when people let women, like when I let women talk, or when I share a female channel, you know, or and people want to tell me, oh well, you're falling back in. I'm like, motherfucker, I do what the fuck I want to do. You don't have to be here. I've said the same thing with Tommy, and you know what? Them dumbass niggas never leave. In fact, some of them super chat, and I'm like, okay, as long as you don't keep bringing the shit up, we're good. You keep bringing it up, I'll help you go. I've always said that. So my point is. My point, and people will tell you to listen to me. They hear me say that every couple of days. But my point is, don't look for validation for what you want to do. Even when the traveling bros were getting beat up on, you know, I had a problem with people bringing up like the underage shit. But outside of that, if people want to say, oh, dudes are dusty and stuff like that, okay, that criticism out there, that's fair game. If it's valid, you fix it. If it's not, you ignore it. But people are good. I'm kind of getting the feeling it's like, well, the problem is the manosphere is now approaching the situation where now, quote unquote, women are coming to have a conversation. There's a big, you know, low key of these incels, which is just another word for, you know, antisocial people, all that shit. Just like getting in the way. They don't matter. They don't matter. Like, you know, as far as they don't control what gets said on this channel or any other channel. If people want to bring women on, they'll do it. I hear a lot of this with Jessica X, which I stay cussing niggas out on. They get so angry and animated about this one chick. And I'm like, last time I checked, YouTube is a public space. If the dudes choose to listen to what she has to say, because and they like what she's saying, and she preaches togetherness, let them do it. Let them support that. And y'all, I noticed they never talk to the dudes that do that. So my point is to wrap it up, because I'm about to hop off, is stop. People need to stop looking for validation. Now, at the content creator level, there's different motivations for that. But I'm talking about at the art of the regular level. Do what you do. I do what I do, regardless of what somebody what the fuck would say. I've always said I'm not against marriage so much as the laws need to be updated. And I've always stood fast on that. If you fix the laws, you fix a lot of these problems. Because I'm gonna just tell you right now, I don't trust women in general. I damn sure don't trust our women. I don't believe that the way the laws are structured, that it is a wise thing to get married. We need to deal with no fault divorce. We need to, and quite frankly, people say, well, what are men doing about it? Well, you know what? If the women want to get married so fucking bad, they have the ability to fix that shit. Because they're the ones that benefit the most from marriage. So really, they should be the main ones talking about. Another thing I'm going to say is the breadwinner. You don't even got to talk about men as the breadwinners anymore. Don't talk about men's rights. Talk about breadwinner rights. So, because that protects a lot of women that are making a lot more money. So when they crying about paying child support or paying, you know, alimony to dudes. But so now we can make that gender neutral. Those are real solutions, and you create that structure. It makes it easier for dudes to enter into the contract that is marriage.
Ed, real quick, hold the thoughts. Zeno FHD TV says Black Loves means fighting to be the last choice. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Snuggles in the building says, all right, everybody, the bidding is on. How long will it go for today? And would anybody be able to get a word in edgewise? Who's going to bet? Thank you for the super chat, Snuggles. Appreciate that. And I think there was one. No, I don't think there was one more. I think that was. Oh, there it is. Bernard, just super chat is for. Oh, this super chat is for Black Wolf. For my condolences to them being broke. I told you, quit calling, don't call them brothers broke over here. I told you what's a puppy pound to a bear. Shout out to Snuggles. Appreciate the super chat. All right. Go ahead. Obsidian. I think you're trying to ask a question.
Yeah. So we've been listening to you speak, Edward, for several minutes. I'm just curious, man. Do you want a dialogue or do you want a monologue?
What do you have to say, Obsidian?
The reason why I asked is because I know. The reason why I asked is because I notice what you tend to do is you just want to go say what you have to say and jump off, which that's okay. I'm not saying.
Well, I have other things to do, number one, and number two, I'm talking to the audience, if you must know. Yeah, what I say is intended for the audience, not necessarily content creators. Now, if content creators want to talk and basically ask questions about what I'm saying, sure, they have the right to do that. But the reason why I do what I do is because just like I do on my channel, which I typically don't always do panels, I'm having a conversation with the audience, and this is a channel of our panel discussions. I'm not here. I'm generally not on here to debate. You know, I'm not. Now, people want to ask me questions to test what I'm saying, sure, but that's not. So that's where that comes from.
But see, here's the thing, though. Before you came along, we were having a conversation.
Dude, I've been listening for a while. You've been fucking talking. Don't talk that shit. You've been talking. I've been listening for at least 2.5 hours. Don't do. I just ain't commenting.
We were having a conversation.
Bernard left. You've been mainly monologuing and people kind of, basically getting up under you and basically talking from what you've been directing.
And we've been having a conversation.
A conversation that you've been able to direct and control.
Actually, I wasn't the one that brought up black feminism.
Okay, yeah, that's one. Outside of that.
To be fair, Ed, I did bring up the thought of the
outside of that one thing in 4 hours. Okay.
I wasn't
exception.
Here. But I wasn't
doesn't make the rule.
But I wasn't here for 4 hours.
See, this is this debate bullshit. Look, I answered your question.
No, it's not a debate. Well, my point, the point that I'm getting at here is we're trying to have a conversation, not a monologue. So I want to ask you a question, if I could. Or if you just
this is your second one. Go ahead.
Come back, X. I was just about to bring you up right when you drop down. So come on back.
Yeah. My question is this. Is it possible that because we've never been free until very recently in American life, that perhaps that is the source of the problems we're seeing manifesting itself in a post-civil rights world? That maybe the problems we're facing now have less to do with racism and more to do with what it means to be free black men and black women both?
I don't subscribe to that.
Why not?
Because really black women have been free. Black men are the ones from a sexual standpoint have the ones that's been locked down. Black women have never necessarily had those same kind of shackles on them.
How so?
So the first black female millionaires had to do with white slave owners basically passing down wealth. So again, the laws are created to keep the black penis away from other races of women, not necessarily to keep other races of men from dealing with black women. Now I get the Loving versus Virginia, but when you look at outside of that, when it comes to mulattoes and stuff like that, the history of America has not necessarily been that case.
We don't have mulattoes here.
You know what I'm talking about, white passing. So my point is, that's if you want to use that narrative to kind of justify where we got to this point, fine, go ahead and do that. Like I said, I don't even have problems with black men getting into submissive relationships with women. That's what they want to do.
Nobody said anything about submissiveness. So what I am suggesting is that as a result of our being free, we are dealing with the unintended consequences and inevitable challenges that arise from it. We haven't had as long to work with freedom as much as other racial groups. And this is part of the problem. We need to learn to develop ourselves. And that will take time and it will take practice. That means learning how to talk to each other, learning how to negotiate with each other, learning how to conflict resolve, learning how to problem solve, learning how to compromise. That's what it will mean. Freedom does not come without responsibilities. This will mean for Black women, yes, you have the right to choose who and under what circumstances and when you will have sex and even reproduce. But it is not, excuse me, it is not without responsibilities.
And to bring home Obsidian's point, uh, Edward was talking about Latin America. Well, here's a major difference. In Latin American countries that also had slavery, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Brazil, Colombia, that when slavery ended, there was no Jim Crow segregation. And so the races mixed freely from that point forward. In the United States, we had Jim Crow segregation, which separated the races by law. And so, particularly in Brazil, they have this saying, it's called money white. In Dominican Republic, they have a saying called como es tu abuelita, which is uh, where is your grandmother, or who is your grandmother? Because very, very often when you go back a couple of generations, the grandmother was black, was a
Well, they
black
also
slave.
have white policies too to whiten up the countries too. You're leaving
Yeah.
that out, which
So
incentivizes race mixing from a wider standpoint. But go ahead.
yeah, but it also incentivizes culture. I mean, social climbing, right? People with money,
Yeah,
people
through
with
mixing with white people.
you're couching it in that because you come from a racialized society. They don't couch it in that.
They don't call it that, but that is what it is.
Well, that is what it is, but they don't call
Because
it
you
that.
don't really see, because you
What you
don't see black people with money,
what
and
you
then you'll see them get okay. All right, you can say. I mean, I
what
get it.
you
I'll
call
let you
it
have it, but
matters.
I know the history.
What you call it
Yeah, I
matters,
mean,
Edward. I live it. I live it every day in my house. What you call it matters. And so when people don't think of themselves strictly first on racial terms, they have a different way of looking at the world and thinking about things.
okay.
All right?
Interesting how Latin America is more colors than the United States, but go ahead.
But they ain't more racist. There's a big difference.
Okay. All right.
And so my point is that a big problem here, these issues will not be solved. I'll talk about this in the book of Obsidian. There is no EEOC of dating. There is no affirmative action, measure, the executive order that we can use with dating. We're not going to be able to solve it that way. It's not how it works. We have to develop a new set of skills for a new era. Black men and black women both. That's the solution.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, because it's hard. Negotiation is hard. That's a hard skill to learn. Soft skills are hard to learn. I agree. Most black
Negotiation is what people do. If you don't have power, negotiation is worthless. And the reality, because all you're really doing is basically negotiating your terms by which you submitting. And like I said, I'd rather black men just get to it and do it. This is why well,
So
again,
Ed, where would they get?
Answer me. Have you ever negotiated a contract?
Yes, I have.
I negotiated quite a few in my life. Labor contracts.
And basically they need my skills, and if I don't like the price or like the terms, I leave. But and sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on how much I want the money, and it depends on how much they want the skills.
Exactly.
And see, that's where we have it. That's where we have it come to a real understanding on. You see, you haven't really answered. I've said that black men want black women more than black women want black men, which means black women really have the power, because they're the ones that are cool with staying where they are And the only reason why they're at the table now is really because of COVID and the environment is kind of pushed them there. Kevin has kind of come in, been in the right position at the right time, as well as other channels, and then their channels just popped up to speak to that. But if Kevin would have been, this wouldn't have happened maybe like 3 years ago. Kevin wouldn't have popped up like that, I don't think. Because as the environmentals change, as the environment changes, women are going to be. Yeah, well, women are going to be incentivized, but the point is,
check this out, Ed. Ed, check this out. The Kevin's show is a confirmation that black women do want to be with black men. What Kevin is doing is ultimately saying, okay, these are the terms. Take it or leave it. Now,
do you think Kevin's show would be as big as it is if he was talking about average men?
That's the thing. He talks about them all the time.
Well, no, if the main premise of his show is not average men.
No,
that's not what people think of when they think of his show.
The high value man was the shiny object to lure them into the door. Once they come in, they have a real conversation about reality. And
like I said, because I do have to go. My thing is, whatever you want to tell yourself, I tell black men and black women the same thing. Own your choices. Do what you want. This is where when people are talking about, I don't know why people say that they're indifferent to things, but they still talk on it. I'm one of those people. I may have an idea of where the macro shit should go, but ultimately, I don't lose sleep over what I know people at the end of the day are going to do what they want to do. And we have this process called, people like to call it negotiating or thinking, whatever you want to call it, is really people talking to themselves to convince them, just like the sales process. You get them to have their own internal dialogue and you direct that dialogue to lead to an outcome that you ultimately want. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But ultimately, people are going to do what they want to do. And my thing is, do that, but own what you do. And I'm not saying I hope it works out. And I'm not even talking about from a black man marriage or a black woman. My issue that's always been with the black community is we got way too many people that they want to pawn off shit that they did or did not do or due diligence they didn't do on other people. Men do it with women, women do it with men. It's just women have a much more detrimental impact to us than we do them, as far as they are given a bigger microphone and stuff. But ultimately, people are doing what they want to do, and that's not going to change. If City wants to call that freedom, that's exactly what that is. But it doesn't matter what gets said. If you get married and you don't vet, that's your fault. Like, period. And it's the same thing with women. When they have kids with dudes that they don't even secure a commitment, that's your fault. It's irrelevant to all of the stuff you want to add into it to try to make your situation right. So I get what you're saying, but ultimately, and I think Obsidian said this before, the dudes that already want to get married, like people said, they're not maybe not on this show, but people are not in the business of convincing people to do shit. I agree with that. The people that talk to Kevin, they're already interested in marriage as far as the dudes. And they have a right to be interested. That's why when people jump on Kevin talking about, well, he's convincing people to get married. No, he's not.
But Ed, real quick before you leave, man.
You got next, SKC. Gina789. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Go ahead. I don't think nobody else there. So, yes, it was Rada God podcast. No, I saw one. He says, "I negotiate for a living, and both sides innately have power. If it were otherwise, we would not be at a table." Fair point. Thank you for the super chats. Appreciate that. Go ahead, SKC. You got it.
Ed, just real quick before you leave, you were saying the whole thing about that the women had more power, the black women had more power. What did you mean by that? And how would the
greatest power black men have? The greatest power black men have in this society is the power of choice. When you've ceded your choice, you have no power. Women understand and men like to talk that shit. And this is Obsidian that said it. But ultimately, black men want to be with black women. And you know what? O'Shea's echoed that same sentiment. And women know that. So definition, they know you have no power. Even Sister George has stated, by definition of you even talking to them is already saying that you've really ceded because they know the greater percentage is you're willing to deal.
So you're saying that power has more to do with choice than with feminism?
Yes, that's a choice.
Oh, okay.
Irregardless of feminism. Yeah, and that's why I say if you trust a woman, and I'm not saying to not trust women, but I'm saying is if you trust a woman that does you wrong, that's ultimately on you for making that decision. If you love a woman, because you can't love a woman, in my opinion, without trusting them. So that's your decision. And what I do is I basically empower you to basically understand that. And let's understand this too, because I'm not anti dating black women. I always tell people do not go red pill for black women, but only remain blue pill for non-black women. I also say if you go SYSBM, when these niggas always talking this shit about they're gonna create society and we're gonna create a new people of color, I'm like, Nick, shut the fuck up. You're going to get absorbed. And your grandkids are not going to look like you, most likely. So don't come to me with that. Don't tell these niggas that fantasy shit. The reality is that's what's going to happen. Shout out to Mr. Research when he talks about, people's families are stronger than others. So don't delude yourself that that's what you're going to do. So if you want your grandkids to look like you, that's not going to happen. You going SYSBM. So I'm personally fair on both sides.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm fair on both sides, so I don't try to angle people to one way or the other. I want to make that clear about me. But anyway, I ain't saying somebody was implying anything. I just wanted to actually make that clear. And that stuff I actively talk about. You've heard me say this multiple times. Niggas, that's what you saw anyway.
Well, to that, I would say this. People like SKC and myself, we're more concerned that our grandchildren keep our values than how they look. See, when
Amen.
I remember telling a story about I was watching the Super Bowl. I was watching the Super Bowl with my wife, and it was the Falcons and the Patriots. And I said, "Who do you want to win?" She said, "Huh?" I said, "Who are you rooting for? Who do you want to win? You want the Falcons or the Patriots?" She said, "I want the winner. I want the winner." And when you've been free for a long time, you tend to make choices based on the winner. Not based on color, but the winner.
All right, we got somebody new on the panel, Big Andre in the building. Passing the mic to you. What say you? You got the mic.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Man, love the show, man. Great content. I got a crazy story, man. I was at the mall the other day, man, and I had heard this call from the other way that I had just came from, and somebody was saying something, talking about, "Hey, man, do you remember me from school?" And I was like, "No, not really." And he kept smiling at me, funny facial expression, looking silly, and he was asking me, "What kind of car you drive? I know you paid. I know you got buku whip hoes from all them songs I made." And I replied that I've been going through the same thing that he has. True, I got more fans than the average man, but not enough loot to last me to the end of the week. I live by the beat like you live check to check. If you don't move your feet, then I don't eat. So we like neck to neck. Yeah, we done came a long way. Like you selling that cigarette. That got to do with Virginia. This just gonna continue like me and you, your mama and your cousin too. All right, y'all. Have a good show. Have a good show, man. Have a good show.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man.
Can I just make an observation?
Sure.
Okay. So if this were a discussion of the brothers gathering at Bernard's house, right? Down in his man cave, we all see it every day. And Edward came along and joined the conversation and did what he did. How would we react to that? I'm just here to just say my piece and I'm out of here, and that's that. How would that look in real time?
Well,
and then if we had another brother that came up and joined the conversation, brothers got drinks, some brothers have hors d'oeuvres, we're all kicking it in Bernard's man cave, having a conversation, going back and forth, having dialogue, agreeing, disagreeing, agreeing to disagree. Things get a little lively and heated, but we're keeping some comedy going. COMIT. And then we have another brother after Ed pulls in and blows away like the hurricane he is. And then we get another brother who goes into an extemporaneous rhyme. And then he's forced out. If this were to happen in real time, what would we make of that?
Cue the sounder, Obsidian. Go ahead and hit it. Go ahead and hit the sample. Hit it.
I mean, really, what are we to make of that? I was at a dinner party years ago. I was at a dinner party, right? And so my plus one was off, talking with her, guests and what have you. We were at an art gallery. And I'm sitting there talking with two lovely older ladies. They were older than me. And we had found that we all were alums. We all had attended the same high school. So we're talking, these two very lovely older ladies. We're having a great conversation. And in lumbers this big Shirley. And she just barges in and just, I knew this and I knew that. I just got quiet. And the other ladies kind of had this strange look on their face, watching this woman just and after she got finished, I just calmly said, "Well, thank you for sharing." And then she, lumbered off somewhere else. What do you guys think of that? Anyone?
Yeah, I don't know. I never had that issue. I don't know, man. I guess one of the points that I think that you're getting at is that a lot of Black people have they lack civility when it comes to certain functions and venues, and what you are able to take to certain areas. They're not very cognizant of their surroundings or or the arena that they're in at particular times. I get it. I kind of wonder though that argument though. I like I said, I wish one of these days. I think I'll probably go and listen to one of the guys that talks about feminism or whatnot, because I really want to see those contrasting viewpoints between your argument, which I believe is a very strong argument. Black America, number one issue, Black males, Black females, inability to communicate with each other and to build lasting relationships that goes down into family, politics, everything else that you can determine. While others are stating, well, beyond just this enclave of blackness, as it were, there is a overreaching effect of feminism that affects everyone, and Black America even more so because of its dysfunction. So I'm interested in seeing how did that work.
What was interesting about the premise about to respond to your point, SKC. So Roland Martin is kind of threatening to do his own dating show. And what I would recommend he do is bring his wife on. He's married. He's been married for many years. No hint of scandal. No, none of that crazy stuff. And just have a conversation with her about how they met. And what prompted her to marry him, and what prompted her to accept his proposal, and how they've gotten through the years together, and how they raised a family together. I don't know if anybody knows this. They have no children of their own. They essentially adopted their nieces and nephews. I think that's what I think Black Americans need to see more of that. So I would invite Roland Martin to do it. That's what's needed.
But Obsidian, to me, to reduce Kevin's show to a quote dating show, I that's problematic for me. There's a lot more going on there than a quote a dating show in my mind. I mean, it ain't like he bringing up a bunch of dudes and girls and hooking them up together. No, he's not really doing that. What he's doing is asking women questions about what they want and what the type of men that they want. He's questioning them and opening their eyes as to what they may qualify for and what the types of men they want actually want. It's more of an eye-opening session than a dating session, a matchmaking session. It just I don't see the matchmaking session. I see, you know, more of self-actualization that's going on than dating.
I would like to hear Martin's viewpoint, man. I don't watch his show or whatever, but if he does do that, I think it'll be interesting to hear. I would have my popcorn.
Yeah, I think it would. And there's some guys in the chat room saying that am I advocating for being a stepfather? I don't. What did I say in what I just said says anything like that? See, this is what I'm talking about. We don't have active listening skills. We don't have, communication skills. We're always defensive. Where do you go with that? Seriously, where do you go?
Well, I mean, Roland Martin may have the answers to that.
So, I mean, I'm saying that we need more black people, talking to each other, particularly black men and black women. And maybe the people who have known how to do it for a while, maybe maybe it's time for them to take the lead on it. So Roland, if he's really serious, that's how he can do it.
I'm curious to see how he would incorporate politics into that. Because if he does, then I think there would be that conversation again. I keep bringing up again what you stated, and then the whole idea of feminism. But obviously, I think that he would take the side of feminism. But it would be interesting to have him give a counter argument to what some people are holding out. It probably wouldn't be very cogent. But
all right. So what role should politics play?
Again, that goes back to the feminism argument. A lot of guys state that you have laws, legal things that are against men, black men in addition, in that group that affect relationships fully. So, like I said, I would love to hear those arguments back and forth.
What laws are preventing black men from doing anything?
Well, a lot of them say that it's a bad deal to even foster.
The argument was laws, black feminist laws are keeping black men from getting married. Okay. So what are those laws?
Well, you have many. Well, take the whole idea of marriage in general. A lot of them will state that getting into that arrangement would be like suicide. You giving all of the power to the women to be able to basically rip you out the frame whenever they feel like it.
Okay. So
why would you want to? So why would you want to build a family underneath that paradigm?
I don't know. Let me ask you and Pablo. Why did you guys do it?
But we're talking about Black America here.
You're not Black American.
So I don't qualify to speak on that because a lot of people are going to say, well, you don't have a black wife.
What about you, Pablo?
Let's be frank. Let's be frank. There's no law stopping them. There's no Loving versus Virginia. Black men, you're prevented from marrying Black American women. We decree this ordinance today, June the 2nd, 2021. You are forbidden.
Well,
No,
GA boy said he want to come up because he said he does have a black wife and he want to.
no, there's no law prevent. No. All right. They're not doing it. Either A, because they've never been exposed to it in their home, or B, they're afraid.
Okay, but Pablo, I'm looking in the chat. No fault divorce. What do you have to say about that?
It ain't stopping you. It ain't stopped me. Because I'm not afraid.
But some will say it's not about being afraid, Pablo. I'm just being trying to be balanced with it. Some are saying, "Hey, I'm looking at the statistics." Some are saying, "I'm looking at the statistics, and that seems like a foolish task to go into."
So it very well may be. It very well may be. But here's the difference.
Would they be wrong for saying that?
No, they're not wrong. Here's the difference between you and me and them. We accept the risks. We accept it. We accept it. We accept the challenges of life as they are. As we wish them to be.
I'll just duck back in and briefly say that perhaps it has something to do with Obsidian used to say, as far as the 21 convention, black men didn't feel that black women are worth it. Perhaps black men, they want to be with black women. Like the evidence and data show, black men want to be in a relationship with black women more than black women want to be in a relationship with them. However, it could be the case, and I'm just throwing out an idea, perhaps when it comes to marrying black women or risking whatever the risk comes with marriage, perhaps many black men don't think black women are worth it. Obsidian, you yourself didn't didn't get with a black woman that you felt was worth it. So perhaps that's a factor to throw into the equation.
Yes.
Gotta throw that one around, talk about that. Yeah.
That's a good question. Oh, so you often state that, the woman that you wanted, didn't want you. Would you say that getting with one of those women would have been worth the risk of a marriage?
Yep.
Well, what was that question and what was that answer? SKC, what question did you ask, SKC?
Well, I just asked him because often we heard Obsidian say, well, the women that he wanted didn't want him. And I just asked, well, if he could have gotten one of those women, would a marriage proposal would have been worth the risk? And he said yes. So I just wanted to know.
Let me say this to the anti-marriage crowd, and that is this. All marriages will end badly. All marriages will end badly. Someone will die. Someone will walk away. All of them will end or someone death, divorce, or desertion. One of the three will happen. Rest assured, you will not leave it successfully, quote unquote. If you want to count dying as successful, okay, fine. But you will not be married forever. Not gonna happen.
What happened if y'all both die in a car crash?
Okay.
I just play.
So be it. But my point is, they're risk averse to something that will end anyway. And so I don't quite conceptualize it in the way that they do.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have something to add to that, which is this. I find that when we have these conversations and people direct that to me, you couldn't get the women that you wanted. My response is, well, should I get with the women that I don't want? And I never get a clear answer. I always kind of stop them dead in their trance. The answer is yes. You're supposed to settle for less. And I don't want to.
Well, hold on, Obsidian.
Hang on. This is important. I don't want to do that because I'm free. Black men in the previous past had to settle for less. My father, in his final hours, told me that he loved me and that he was proud of me because I was able to take advantage of opportunities that weren't available for him in his lifetime. And one of those opportunities is I don't have to face a shotgun wedding. I don't.
Yeah, I want to make it clear that when I said that wasn't me just saying, well, you couldn't get the woman that you want.
I never said you did.
No, I was just making it just in case there was some confusion. I was just saying that.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know. I'm making it clear what I was talking about. What I was pointing out is that a lot of men may, in their own way, they may not word it like you, but in their own way, they may be a lot like you. They may be a lot similar to you, that it's about getting what they want. It's about getting the terms that they want. You know, sometimes it's been a lot of talk about that. A lot of black men who get married, they end up basically submitting to what the woman wants. So no, they only were going to marry that woman who's going to be 100% on his terms 100% of the time. Maybe, you know, so maybe that's the factor. That's what I was getting at, that perhaps it's what's stopping them from getting married is not being able to not just get aesthetically the woman that they want, but just the overall relationship that they want. That could be a factor in the equation if it's not just the law. So that's more or less what I was getting at. Number 16 in the building, he says divorce is not the part that is scary, it is the shit that comes after it. Thank you for the super chat, appreciate that. GA boy in the building, you got the floor, you got the mic.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing today?
Doing great.
No, I came up because they were saying about the whole marriage piece and all of that. You know, I'm a married guy, and I kind of, my thing is the way I look at the whole marriage thing. I'm a guy that, I understand the guys who don't want to do it and their reasons for not wanting to do it. They actually are correct. I'm a married man, and yes, I am vulnerable. That's true. You can't say that you're not vulnerable. She can leave tomorrow if she wants to, because this is America. That is true. But the thing with me though, man, you can't live your life off of a bunch of assumptions and could have beens and other people's failures. I think a lot of people, they look at other people's lives and they apply that directly to their life. Don't get it twisted. You can learn from other people's lives, but you can't say that's going to happen to you, even if it's something good or bad. That's just not how life works. So in my situation, and me personally, I think every marriage is an individual situation. I know in this place they love throwing out that big number. We got this amount of divorces and that. Man, listen, they divorce ain't got shit to do with me. And I know people don't like to hear that, but it don't. Hell, my next door neighbors can be arguing and fighting right now, and me and my wife can be laughing and having fun. We're both married couples. What that got to do with me? That's kind of how I look at it. I get all the statistics, and I get why guys don't want to do it. But for the young guys who thinking about doing it, don't let the fear mongering scare you guys. If you find the right girl and you feel like she's worthy for you to have kids with and grow a family. Because don't get it twisted. I'm not one of these guys that let's get married because I'm so in love. Hell no. I believe in marriage to grow a family and to have kids. I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't even marry a woman that can't have kids. I know that sounds crazy, but say she medically couldn't have kids, I wouldn't marry her. We can be girlfriend and boyfriend, but I wouldn't marry her. I got married because I wanted kids. Guess what? I have 2 children now. So now once you bring those kids in the world, that makes the marriage even more important. You just can't, just because the bitch make you mad, you can't say I'm leaving you. I know I'm not, because I don't want nobody else raising my kids. Now don't get it twisted. I'm not going to let those kids keep me hostage in a situation where I'm not happy. I don't want no man to be happy. I'm for divorce too. I'm a married guy, but I believe in divorce. I hear a lot of guys with the law gave them no fault divorce. So what? Why the fuck you want to be with a woman who just don't want to be with you no more? I don't want to be around nobody who don't want to be around me. That's just me. I mean, that's just how I go. So I don't have an issue with no fault divorce. My wife can come in today and say, babe, I don't want to be with you no more. I'm like, damn, for real? It is what it is. It's America. We don't live in India. We're not in the Middle East where women are forced to do shit. My thing is, I mean, like old man said, they got freedom. We have freedom in this country. And I think a lot of guys kind of don't like the freedom. But it's nothing you can do about that, bro. But don't let other people's failures dictate a decision you want to make in your life. That's just where I stand with it.
And Georgia boy, I took it a step further. That's why I kind of said what I said. Look, man, we all gonna take a dirt nap. My mother and father were married for 10 years till he died at the age of 39. This ain't gonna end well, bro. Let me help you out. It's gonna end bad.
But to be fair, though, if I'm not mistaken, Pablo, I think me, you, and SKC, I think all three of us come from parents that were married to them. See, my
Right.
parents are still married. They've been married 45 years. So I guess maybe that does make a difference because when you like me and my wife are from families that were married. So maybe that's probably why ours do work. So don't get it twisted. I don't like to use my situation as an example because I do know that it was a lot of factors in my marriage is the reason to why we are still married to this day and why it works. I'm not trying to act like me and my wife's situation is just better than everybody else. No, we just had better timing. For one,
Right.
we
But
got
I
together.
think a lot of the
For,
guys,
for
a
one,
lot of
let
the
me finish,
guys,
Pablo.
Georgia boy, a lot of the guys, Georgia boy, are operating from what they fear will happen, from their concerns of the negative things that will happen in life. I
And there's
operate from the
nothing.
position. I operate from the position that bad things are going to happen in life. Period.
And I
So you
understand,
might as well. So you might as well make your peace with it and live your life.
but I mean, at the end of the day, though, this is how I look at it. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this whole new social media world we live in, and this new dating app world we live in. I'm gonna be honest though. Like, I don't know. I can actually admit that I don't know that I would be married if I was single in this new age of dating. I can admit to that. Like me and my wife have actually talked about this. Like, yo, like to be honest, we met prior to the social media boom. So that's another little cheat code I had. We met when you still had to meet somebody face to face, talk to her, exchange phone numbers. We met back then. So that's another little cheat code. That's why I don't like using my situation compared to what these young guys go through now because it is different. So I'm not going to say they stupid or they dumb for not wanting to get married. The dating market is not the same as when I was dating. That's why I don't be out here telling niggas, man, you lame, you can't get no.
Oh,
I
you
don't
do
do
that
that.
all the time, GA boy. You stay in the chat
Hey,
doing that.
I do that about getting pussy because it is easy for guys to get pussy. I don't care what y'all say. I don't understand how guys. I mean, that's my opinion though. I do that about guys out here just trying to pump and dump, and then this. No, bro, you can. If that's what you're looking for, you can do that. I talk trash about that, but no, and I talk trash about the tricking because I still believe you don't have to leave with your wallet. I know a lot of guys don't agree with me with that. I don't give a damn how you look. You don't have to leave with your wallet. But that's what I talk about. You don't hear me talking, guys, man, you lame. I'm not gonna never do that about marriage because I do understand.
You be on channels where guys be saying they can't get pussy.
I'm just saying, you got places around here that they call themselves incels. I'm just saying, ain't nobody gonna get on the internet, Bernard, and just straight up say they can't get no pussy. Come on, I
Oh, so
listen to
you
what
be
guys say.
operating under the assumption that guys can't get pussy. So you just go
Come
in the
on,
chat
Bernard.
room. Y'all can't get no pussy. That's what
Bernard, you
all
Bernard,
right,
you
I'm
listen,
done.
Bernard, you listen to a nigga talk long enough, he says it without saying it. Come on, I'm not you. Y'all, they like saying assuming. You listen to a person. Some of hey Bernard, these guys get on here and talk every day. You listen to them long enough, they say it without saying it. You don't have to
You
assume.
you wild, GA boy. You know you be trolling people.
Yeah. And like I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm gonna be honest, Bernard. You don't do that. And a lot of people be like, those guys who get on here and everything is the woman's fault. Pretty much like Eddie. Edward is somebody who's everything is the woman's fault. He come back around to it being the woman's fault. Those type of guys, I'm gonna look at sideways. I'm sorry. Everything is not the woman's fault. Everything ain't our fault neither. But you got people that get on here and everything is the woman's fault. I'm not buying that. I'm just not, because I know a lot of deadbeat ass educated niggas. I know deadbeat Pookie. I know deadbeat all these guys, and I know guys who are good guys that fit all these characterizations. That's why I don't buy into that. That's all.
Right on. I had to mess with you a little bit. You be trolling in the chat. You be just, but I had to bring that up a little bit. Shout out to 205 Will. He says, "Why does the manosphere exist? Why does the manosphere exist? This space wouldn't exist if it wasn't a problem. If it wasn't a problem with the quality of women." Yeah, I think that's speaking back to my previous point, the problem of the modern day women. 205 Will back in the building. He says, "Why don't I go up to a grizzly bear and smack it across the face? Oh well, I was going to die anyway." Shout out to 205 Will. I see somebody sent, I think that's Travaris Wiley. I'm gonna try to get up to that one real quick. The RX-O question for the men respectfully. If we as men are supposed to be logical, why would any man risk setting themselves up for unnecessary failure?
Called informed decisions.
Yeah.
Informed decisions. Okay. I didn't say anything about recklessness. I said informed decision. Once you have the information and you realize that those things are a possibility, and then you make the decision, I got no smoke for it. Right?
And I got a question too, Bernard. I got a question, real quick question. And why is everything that a black man and a black woman do together positive? Anything they do that's positive, these guys label that an anomaly. But anything that's some bullshit, it's the majority. That's another problem I got. Like, my situation is considered an anomaly. Oh, you're an anomaly, Jay, boy. We can't use you as an example. Why not? But y'all can use the 10 motherfuckers who got divorced and got took for child support. Y'all gonna use them as facts and saying that's what the thing, that's the kind. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, it's a spin zone. It's like Fox News and CNN. They're gonna spin it to fit their narrative.
Well, percentages matter when you're analyzing things. Percentages do matter, but Tavares, my brain is like shut off, so I can just Tavares Wiley. Somebody else can take that question if they want to answer it. But Tavares Wiley in the building. You can't see a super chat because it's scrolled all the way up, but I can still click on it. It just won't pop on the screen. I can click on it up top. He says child support and alimony have been around for the longest time. Who the hell is that? Hammurabi's code. It's not going away. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Number 16 in the building. He says people who jump off buildings make informed decisions too.
I think the point, GA, or what they're saying is not so far as some isolated event. I think that they're using the statistics in their favor of how it goes.
I hear that. Well, shit, statistics say we can die in car accidents. We still drive them motherfuckers, don't we? Statistics say a lot of shit, man. So I don't want to hear statistics.
I don't understand what the problem is here. This is the mirror image of Coach Stormy's, storming into Kevin Samuel's show last week on IG Live. If you don't want to be married, don't get married. What's the problem?
But they do, oh man. I feel like they do want to be married. That's the thing. They do. They just don't want to say it. Because they're scared they're gonna be called a simp. They're scared they're gonna be called a simp or
I don't think they're worried about being called a simp. I think is other reasons, but I'm not about twisting somebody's arm. But Game Changer in the building. Go ahead, Game Changer. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, about the marriage thing, I don't see anything wrong with brothers that want to get married as long as they understand that they're taking a risk. Then that's perfectly fine. And nor would I fault them if and when something happens, unfortunately, to their marriage. I'm not going to be the one that says, I told you so, or this doesn't because that's not really the purpose of my show or anything like that. However, for those who have reason to not want to, I definitely understand that as well, because it doesn't really make sense from a legal standpoint. It's all risk, no reward, in the sense that you're not really gaining anything in marriage as a man, or as the man who's the primary breadwinner. You're not really gaining anything in a marriage that you didn't get in just a long-term committed relationship prior to that. What you're doing essentially is you're adding risk to it, and you don't get anything that you didn't have before for that risk. So I do think that that's something to take into consideration before getting married.
Man,
I agree
what
with
you
that.
just
I agree with that, Game
described, and
Changer.
hold on real quick, what Game Changer just said is, if I wasn't like tapped out, I've been tapped out of this show for a long time, but what he just described is the sensible approach and analysis of marriage, the pros and cons, the do's and don'ts, and everything within. I think that's how most people should think towards it, just in my opinion. But like I said, I'm checked out and about to wrap this up. Well, go ahead, Jay boy.
Well,
Oh no, well, what you were saying, Game Change, I'm gonna let you finish. I actually agree with you 100%. That's kind of was my situation. Me and my wife was just girlfriend and boyfriend forever. We actually lived together for a little while. The only reason I got married because a child was going to be involved. So I'm with you on that. I said that because there's no different from having a girlfriend to having a wife, but you done signed paperwork and signed your life over. And I'm gonna be honest. It's like if you live with your girlfriend, you already married. Y'all doing the same thing as a married couple. Y'all just haven't went and, like you say, signed your life over. Like, and my wife wasn't really stressing about getting married. That wasn't on her. That wasn't her thing. But then when we should have a baby, of course we had. I just wanted to do it the right way. That's why I got married. But I do agree. If you don't want any kids, this is out of a married man's mouth. Don't get married. She can be your girlfriend for 25 years, and ain't nothing wrong with that.
Now, how do you feel about non-state sanctioned marriages as it relates to people who want to have kids or have kids together?
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm a college educated dude, and I had never heard of those until I came to this space. That's one thing this space did teach me. I agree to that. I didn't know nothing about non-sanctioned marriages until I got to this space. And I'm be honest, I think that's kind of cool. And if I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, like I don't think my wife would have had a problem with that if I would have brought that to her. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't. Because to be honest, she's the one coming from my situation is different though. She's coming from the money. I'm not. So she probably would have wanted to protect her assets more than I had to want to protect mine. So, but I didn't know nothing about that, but I kind of like the idea of that. There's nothing wrong with that.
If I could pose one question before I leave out, Bernard, this direct to you, because you stated your platform, you want to see Black men and Black women get along, get together, do their thing. Which one do you prefer? To see Black men and Black women just kind of shacked up, or in a married relationship?
Oh shit, that's a See, that's a complicated question to just give an answer to, and the reason for that is if you say just what I just rather see them just shacked up, then okay, they just shacking up for 6 months and then breaking up like normal, and then she's pregnant, and then so forth and so it sounds like like I'm not going to just endorse the same old fuckery. You see what I'm saying? And unfortunately, marriage is the only way to measure two people being together with at least an attempt at being in a committed situation to raise the children together, So basically, if I say the other one, I'm just basically saying just keep the fuckery going just as it is, because so that there's that. But let's just say hypothetically, in a perfect world, let's just say that that Black men and Black women got along just fine, and they could do it and work together and raise children together and produce good, productive outcomes for Black children, which means better outcomes for Black people. If they could do that just fine without a state sanctioned marriage or without signing legally binding documents, if that could be done, I would say absolutely that's a great thing. But right now, just saying, "Oh yeah, no marriage, just move in together." It sounds like just an endorsement of the same old fuckery. So I'm like kind of in a odd place where I do believe black families is the way that you fix a lot of the black problems that we have. So
Bernard, can I say this
there's
real
that.
quick?
Go ahead.
I'm not endorsing marriage for other men. If that's not what they want to do, don't do it. If you ain't into it, it's not working for you. You don't see any advantage to it. It's not going to work for you. Don't do it.
So, Bernard, when you say shacking, do you feel that a non or not Bernard, but somebody asked about shacking? Do you feel that a non-state sanctioned marriage is or excuse me, yeah, non-state sanctioned marriage is shacking?
No, SKC used the word shacking, which
Okay.
means if I know SKC, he was trying to get me to, well, not maybe he probably wasn't malicious in doing it, but he was asking me a question to see if I was borderline along the lines of what they said on a particular network that I don't care to mention, that baby daddies is no different than husbands. He framed it in that way, if I kind of understood what he was saying. But no, two people drawing up contracts and literally trying. Literally, it's about the effort. It's not about, two people just was fucking and then they just decided to live together out of convenience, and then when they broke up out of the convenience, outcomes of the kids be damned. That's what gets smuggled in when you say I'm okay with black people being together, even if it's just shacking up. Then that mean I got to smuggle the fuckery in too. I mean, the fuckery is smuggled under the table. So I was just trying to describe it in a way to where the fuckery wasn't also included. So,
Gotcha.
so the way that you explain it with people doing some non-state sanctioned type of contract or some type of deal or something like that, that is the non-fuckery way of people doing it, if the problem is the contract. But I tend to agree with Obsidian. It's not as much about the contract, it's about just black relationships and yeah, and all of that. So there's that.
What's interesting to me about this is the reality on the ground is that the majority of us will not marry.
True.
I'm trying to have the conversation about that. See, what's interesting, to use myself as a point of reference, the issue isn't me getting the women that I didn't want. The issue is about the women that wanted me that I didn't want. We have a lot of black men that have more mate value than a lot of black women. When Kevin talks about these black women on his show not wanting average men, we never take the next step. Why do we presume, A, that the average men want the average women? And why do we assume that they are equal in mate value? I have higher mate value than my assortative mating equal. Shall we count the ways? Really? Must we do that? There's a reason why I demand a woman be a top 10 university grad, because I have an intellect equivalent. That's why. I'm smarter than most black women. That's the truth.
So yeah, there's two things on the table right there. One that Obsidian is talking about is the lack of quality or reflexive quality, so to speak. And then there's the other thing on, the high risk. I think that if you're suffering from one, you can't really be suffering from the other, that those two things are mutually exclusive, simply because, if you are in a position to where you're considering non-state sanctioned marriage, then, you have found what you consider to be your equal, or else, you wouldn't even be having that discussion. And then there's the one where there's just men out there that's not going to find their equal, so to speak. So I get that. But and I wish GA Boy was still up here, because I wanted to tell him about, how I first came across the concept of it, and I didn't coin the phrase, but when I first came across the concept of it was during the movie Braveheart, and I'll explain that in a little bit. But I also seen it in real life played out by a very practical thinker. He's a PhD in computer science, and he's actually a former professor of mine. and he wanted to marry a physician, and they've been together for 9 years, and they didn't marry. And it came up. We was just talking. You could talk regular to your professors after you graduate, but we was just talking one day, and this was like during the Obama administration, sometime during then. And I was like, so, y'all never married? Because I just assumed that they was married. He said no, because it would just put them in a higher tax bracket and they would get taxed more. So, like, how practical is that? Like, this is a, straightforward analytical guy. Like, I'm not going to get married if I'm going to have to pay more in taxes. She's a doctor. I'm a doctor. You put our money together. You put our income together on paper. We pay more in taxes. So not going to do that. So fuck it. Very practical, very straightforward. There wasn't. So when you take all of that out of it, when you take the whole emotionality of it out of it, now they eventually got married. I guess the tax law, I don't know. I'm not in this situation, but I guess the laws changed around it and they eventually did get legally married. But, when you take all the fluff out of it, it's like, does it make practical sense? And that's all he was going by.
Soar of Seed in the building on the super chat. He says, not much, but compensation for the overtime. Bernard, we love your show, and damn, we just don't want you to go. Great, needed discussion. Thank you, BR Plus panel. Hey, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. Jessica X with a super chat says, but Obsidian, the man should be smarter. No, why do you mind if she's not as intelligent as you?
Because we're talking about, okay, so we're talking about not just absolutes here. We're talking about, and you know this, Bernard, we're talking about deviations. It's one thing if you have a 120, 130, and your lady has a IQ of 120. It's something else if you have an IQ of 130 and she has an IQ of 85 or 100. It's a big difference. In order for you to make it into the Ivy League, you have an Ivy League university. You have to have an IQ of about 120.
Obsidian, I've dated women whose IQ was significantly lower than mine, and I didn't really have problems with that.
Good for you. Yeah.
I kind of like expect certain things, like for her to be lesser in certain ways, like shorter, physically weaker, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And intelligence, that's a take it or leave it thing to me. But you're right. I understand that that's important. That's an important factor to you.
Well, women being smart is very important to me. Anything beyond weekend fling is going to be very tedious.
The funny thing is about me is that if a woman's IQ is significantly lower than mine, she could still be smart.
Okay.
Yeah. But I wanted to go back to, if I may, or did you have something else on that subject matter?
Yeah. So yeah, that's a major issue. And I was talking about this earlier this morning. We never look at, when we look at assortative mating, we never ask about what it is average black women today offer average black men. I'll offer that average black men offer more than average black women do. Average black women are fatter. That hurts their ability to be attractive. Average black women have used wombs. That hurts their ability to be attractive. Meanwhile, average black men, some 60% of whom are in the middle class. That's very significant. So the reason why I have the standards that I have is because I bring more mate value. And because when it comes to something like long-term relationships, I get to pick or not. If you can't even write a 1,000 word writing sample for a certain person that writes for a living, how are we on each other's level? How? This is a powerful question for a lot of black women to answer, since they were the ones that set the rules about being on each other's level. Relationships are reflective, are they not? I write for a living. Therefore, you need to show me that you can write, that you can organize your thoughts, that you can make a coherent stream of thoughts and connect it all together. That's only fair. What a lot of us are asking black men to do is take less of everything, not just less in one area, less of everything, less beauty, less mileage on the womb, less agreeableness, just less of everything. How's that a fair deal?
So I wanted to talk about the Braveheart example that I gave, as far as non-state sanctioned marriage goes. So Braveheart, for those of you who don't know, is a movie that took place in both Scotland and England. For those of you who are from either of those places, that would be your neck of the woods. Now, the law of the land at the time in Scotland was that an English lord had the right or duty to sleep with your wife first before you got a chance to get at her. They had a name for it. I forget what exactly it was, but they had a name for it. William Wallace. I'm sorry?
Nothing. Just made a semi-funny joke that I'll just keep it to myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So William Wallace, what he did was he just married in secret. He got a Scottish priest, or a monk or something, and just married him in private. So they were married. It just wasn't recognized by the laws of the land at the time, because the circumstances or what came with the marriage contract at that time was an English penis. And he didn't want to get down like that. So, he did that. And I see, nothing wrong with it, with that way of thinking, because, you want the marriage. He wanted the marriage, but he didn't want what the law of the land put with it. Prima noctis. Thank you, Earth. So yeah, that's my take on it. I mean, I think that's also another example of a very practical application of it.
Okay.
But as far as what Obsidian was saying, yeah, I mean, you have a right to have any standards that you want.
But it's not just a matter of having standards that I want. I'm making another point. If the argument that's prevalent in Kevin's neck of the woods is that average women don't want average men in Black America, the average Black woman doesn't want the average Black man, my question becomes, why are we presuming that they're equal in mate value? I am arguing that the average Black woman brings less mate value than the average Black man. That is my argument.
No one's arguing against you. That's a very sound argument, and I would say it's very true. No one is arguing against you on that.
So what I am doing is I am assessing for value. I need a lot of Black women to show me your value. Show me. What does your relationship really look like? How can I flip through it and see what you've done with your body over the past 20 years? I'll just flip through the pages.
No, I mean, like every man, Obsidian, we agree on the fact that the quality is not there. But you have your list of criteria in order of importance, and mine's is a lot different. That's all. But I mean, mine's is different from Bernard's and Pablo's as well. So
right.
Yeah.
All right. We are at the 5-hour mark. Turned this one into a marathon after all. I got to get up out of here. Y'all see Game Changers link in there, as I explained yesterday. Yeah, he lost his main channel. He's fighting it, but we don't know if he's going to get it back. So make sure you sub to his backup channel that's in the chat right now, just so we can see, just so you'll see it, you'll know when he goes live. Subscribe and bang the bell to Game Changers backup channel. I'd like to thank everybody who liked, shared, subscribed, participated in any way, shape, or form with this program today. And with that said, thank you. I am out of here. Peace.